We're going to call the meeting to order and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just in case you need something.
Roll call, please.
Oh, sorry, I'm clerking tonight. Counselor Geisler,
Here.
Counselor Jelly,
Here.
Counselor LeBlanc,
Here.
Counselor Peterson,
Here.
Mayor Boucher.
Here. Hello, here. Counselors, do we have any announcements to make this evening?
Not tonight.
I have a couple of things to address before we get started. We will have different opportunities for public input this evening, to receive public input. The first one will be at the beginning of our public hearing. We also have general public input at the beginning of our regular meeting. And we will have public input into the two resolutions that are on the agenda for consideration and vote this evening. But we've also discussed with staff the possibility of this meeting running way late. We don't know what that looks like. We don't know how many people want to speak at this time. But if this meeting starts to look like it's going to run to an unreasonably late time, we may, as a council, make a decision to recess until 6:30 tomorrow. Now, that's a possibility, and we won't know that until we get somewhere between 9:30 and 10 o'clock tonight and see how things look. And that depends on how many people show up to speak and how many at that time would be left to speak. So there's the possibility we could continue this tomorrow if it starts to run way late. If it doesn't look like it's going to run that late, we'll keep going and try and bear through. We want to get everybody to have their point of view brought across, and I'd like to thank all of you for being here. And we will start the public hearing on Resolution 2026-45, resolution approving a development agreement and a tax abatement agreement with Harmony Group LLC for the Hermantown Data Center project. Mr. Mulder.
Mayor, I'm going to just walk through just the presentations real briefly. So before we get into the public hearing, we're going to have Todd Hagan from Ellers to talk about the fiscal impacts of the Hermantown Data Center. We're not going to run through the Section 14 update or the first quarter financials. I'll summarize that real briefly here. We are continuing working on the plan set for the Section 14 road, sewer, and trail upgrades. If you're not used to dealing with sections, easier for you to know that that is Lightning Drive and improvements on Getchell. So we are continuing to work on those plan sets. Those will be brought to you in the next 2 months for approval of those plans. And then our finance director gave us the first quarter financials. First quarter is always a little bit hard. We tend to lag behind in our expenditures. But at this point, everything looks good for the first quarter. So now we will have a presentation by the Todd Hagan for the fiscal impacts on the Hermantown Data Center.
People in the audience say they can't hear what's going on.
Can you turn the volumes up, please?
Or speak directly right in the mic.
Todd, if you could speak as close as you can to the microphone.
Okay.
Especially when you talk among yourselves and you turn your head. But we, even at the speaker's platform, we have difficulty hearing, but would be very much appreciated.
This volume turned up about as high as I can. And
Yep. Testing 1, 2, 3. Are we good?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, John. Council members, Todd Hagan from Ellers and Associates out of Minneapolis, the city's public finance advisor. We work for the city. We advise in bonds and economic development and financial management planning, utility rate studies, and tax abatement, tax increment subsidies. We only work for the city. We don't work for developers or companies. So that's my lead in. Been doing this for quite a while. And my job then for this particular project was to generate tax abatement cash flows for Chad and to kind of run them through to the company and kind of go back and forth. It's been kind of a moving target, so to speak, about trying to find values and comparables to kind of zero in, at least with the county assessor, to get what we think is a reasonable per square foot assumption of the taxable value of the projects as they move forward. So a little bit of a background on the tax abatement concept here. It is a more flexible tool than tax increment. If you've heard of tax increment before, it just did not fit in this particular project. Although this is storage, it's data storage, not grain storage, so to speak, not storage or warehousing or distribution like would fit in this type of scenario if it was for tax increment financing. So we took the tax abatement approach, which is a simpler approach to establish the district, but there's a little bit more lift as we move forward year to year to make sure that we kind of zero in on the value and not have it basically spill over onto the general public. So the required approvals are for each taxing jurisdiction. So I'm just talking about the city tax abatement tonight, and not any county and not any school district. Although I know the school district is not participating in this abatement, allowing us to go to the full 20-year term of abatement. And also tonight, it's a public hearing. Here there was a notice, right? 10-day notice, just publication in the paper, 10-day public hearing notice. And then there's, of course, a resolution that's been prepared that pretty much it includes some of the terms, I guess, aside from the development agreement itself, has to sort of include some timing, term timing, and amounts in that resolution. Would state the benefits that are at least equal to the cost of the abatement, which is state law requirement, and then the findings that are in the public interest. So some pretty basic statutory findings in the resolution on that. We also went through Hermantown's making sure, well, there are limitations, annual limitations on tax abatements themselves, right? So it may not exceed the greater of 10% of the net tax capacity or $200,000 a year for a city of this size. We're looking at the 10% of net tax capacity, and that's the whole city, not just this project. So we have to look at the whole city, and then we have to sort of peel off the abatements as we go forward to make sure that we're within that annual limit. And net tax capacity, for those of you who are wondering what that is, it's the taxable market value of the, let's say, the new project development times the class rate. Minnesota has class rates for commercial, residential, and the like, and we just had, that's just a multiplier, and we come out with a net tax capacity. It's kind of, to get to a property tax, it's called kind of the Minnesota two-step, which is first you derive the net tax capacity, and then if you want to figure out what your property taxes are, you multiply that by the city's tax rate. Then next slide here on just the data center terms. I know we're going to go through the terms of the abatement agreement, but just kind of the catch-all here really quick just to lead into that as we move forward with the discussions here. The first $100,000 is not being abated, goes to the city. The deal is that the company gets the lesser of 85% of the new city taxes or 70% of the city's tax abatement capacity, because we want to be well within that maximum that we're allowed by law. So all said and done, it's not to exceed $80 million. The project is up to 3 phases. In my analysis, at least $650 million investment per phase. Again, 3 phases. Phase 1 will employ at least 40 new FTEs, full-time equivalents, at 120% of St. Louis County weekly wages, which is somewhere north of $75,000 a year in 2026. So that may just, be inflated over the year, right? As time goes by, that I would assume would increase as far as wages are concerned. Future phases then employ at least 30 new FTEs each year. This does qualify, or it is subject to, let's say, a business subsidy law too, 116J out of Minnesota statute. So we have to also, both parties have to put in like wage and job goals, right? If there are any, and there will be. There's also annual reporting required for each phase to the state. So the wage and job goals are achieved within 3 years of construction. They're in the agreement, and all FTEs, full-time equivalent, are sustained for five years. And then as we move forward here with the presentations, that's sort of where the teeth are, so to speak, in there. If the company doesn't achieve some of those, or is not quite there, then the benefit is reduced for a period of time. So next slide on the data center assumptions by phase. We did do the phase 1, 2, 3. Here, talking about net tax capacity on the first phase is a little north of $2 million in K 2029. And so these are spaced out every 2 years. I think strategically, probably construction-wise and the like, and also to be able to kind of stay within that 10% of the city's net tax capacity. So we're able to actually bring some of this capacity into that calculation. So 85% of the city's abatement equals, let's say on first phase is 11.5 million over 20 years, and that's a present value test, and we picked 6.5% for the discount rate on that. So it's basically $1 today is worth more than $1 tomorrow. And so it's kind of like car loans and home loans, right? There's an interest rate attached to that. So you're getting your money now, and then you've got to pay that over time. And that's the future value is the time payment, which is the abatement stream here, and the loan, so to speak, which would be the 11.5 million. Let's say here, that's the present value. That would be the money today that we would be talking about. Phase 2, I mean, these are pretty similar. Phase 1, the only difference between the three is that phase 1 also includes some office space. Basically, the 3 phases have the similar square footage for the actual main buildings. So that first phase is just a little bit higher, and then we also include an inflation factor appreciation on not only the annual abatement, but building every 2 years would cost more than building it all today in one setting. So we do factor in all that. So phase 2 is projected additional net tax capacity is 1.9 million in pay 31. 85% of that present valued over 20 years is 10.6. And then phase 3, it bumps up to 2 million at 11.4 million over 20 years present value. So that's kind of what we're looking at there. The next slide talks about the test that we have to make sure that we're flying under the radar on that and don't come up over that at all. So we're also working with the city of Hermantown on their financial management planning, which takes into account the day-to-day normal growth and needs of the city. So on this slide, it goes from pay 26 to pay 33 at the end of when all 3 phases are also kind of moving forward. We did even inflate the original city tax base with other growth, like other building going on in the city, homes, other commercial projects, and assumed a 5% increase in the existing tax base annually. Then we add in the 3-phase abatement net tax capacities, right? We talked about how to calculate that, and we kind of get our 10% limit, right? So then we sort of, we take out Fleet Farm, which is receiving an abatement, has been for a while, and then the Pillars down the road here, that's an abated project as well. And then we've got the remaining tax capacity. Then we add in or subtract out the 85% city tax abatements for each phase. And we come out with, are we over, are we under the 10% limit? And we're flying pretty just flat all the way across, which is the way we like to see it, I guess. So everything, so we've got a little bit dropping off, we've got some adding on, and we've got the normal city tax base also appreciating as we move forward. So we're meeting the test is the point of that slide. And then the last slide here is the additional tax levy, just isolated for the city itself. Not talking about the other taxing jurisdictions. But as we see here, we've got, and here I'm going to convert this into a tax levy that the city could use for other purpose. So this assumes 85% of the abatement for each phase. And then the remaining tax levy is that 15% that we get to use to spend on other city needs and also to maintain maybe the city tax rate, right? So we know the tax rate might change year to year, but I needed to isolate it at the current pay 2026 tax rate at 46.515, which is a combination of the whole city's tax capacity and maybe the levy, right? The levies they need to put on for bond payments and day-to-day operations of the city. That gets us to the 46.515. So when you look at that, we subtract out the 85% tax abatements per year for phase 1, 2, and 3. I think the last line pretty much is the catch-all here. What remains for the city to use on an annual basis for other purposes, like I say, whether it's to make bond payments for projects or pay as you go for other needs of the city. And you can see it does grow from 141,520 as we move forward. It gets to pay 2033 after the third phase is done and running at full value. It's at a little under $450,000 a year. So that's the benefit to the city on a tax levy basis, and that is what I have for you tonight. So, any questions from you folks?
Anything? Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
So now we're going to call the public hearing open, but we're going to start with a presentation by Economic Development Director Chad Ronchetti to explain the terms of the development agreement and the tax abatement agreement. Following that, we'll have a presentation by a representative from Google. And at that point in time, we will open it up for public comment.
Mayor Boucher, Council, thank you. Staff has done their best to boil the agreements down into the memo, at least the high points of the agreements. There are a lot of terms and obligations throughout the agreements, but we've called forth what we think are the high points here. So I will work through this memo and talk about the development agreement first. And then once I hit the tax abatement agreement portion, we'll flip to a slideshow as we did in the in the pre-agenda and speak to the slideshow, hopefully in better conjunction with the memo than we did the first time. And then once I am done with the presentation, we'll send it over to a Google representative who is present here tonight to give a presentation from their perspective, and then it'll be back to you all. So as I think we're all aware, the city's been working with Harmony Group LLC, a Google-owned subsidiary, to evaluate a potential data center technology campus in Section 31 of the city of Hermantown. The proposed project would be constructed in up to 4 separate phases. They have in the agreement the ability to construct up to 4 separate phases, including up to 4 separate data center buildings. Phase 1 will have a minimum capital investment commitment of $650 million. And in combination with if 4 were to build, that would exceed $2.5 billion. The anticipated 3 phases would be in the ballpark of $2 billion of private capital investment in our community. There are obviously a lot of project milestones yet to be considered that would require separate actions from this council or other commissions at the city. Those milestones include, but are not limited to, the environmental review, so the AUAR process we're currently redoing, the special use permit, and the commercial industrial permit, of which provide project specifics, heights of buildings, photometric plans, lights, those sounds, those types of things, as well as the plating process. Affirmative vote on development agreement and tax abatement agreement tonight would be contingent on subsequent completion of all of the environmental review and all of those remaining permits. Was asked why the city staff would bring forward these agreements now rather than waiting until the project specifics are known. Because we've been hearing loud and clear from community members and from this council that the financial considerations, the tax profile, the implication of the finances are very important to everyone. And the best way to bring those financial implications forward is by having detailed agreements, both development and tax abatement. So that's why we're bringing it forward now, is to make for public consumption what those financial implications would be for the community. So the development, also I'll note, city staff worked in coordination with 3 separate attorney firms while drafting these agreements. Over in Malala, the city attorney, Freiberger, who's the local abatement and bond attorney. And then we also contracted with DLA Piper out of Chicago as a specialist in data center contracting and land use. So the development agreement. This development agreement establishes the infrastructure obligations of each party, the conditions governing their performance, and the regulatory commitments the city has for the project. The agreement does not obligate the city to approve the special use permit, the commercial industrial development permit, the preliminary or final plat, or the environmental review, AUAR. Each of those requires a separate and distinct action by this council or a commission of the city of Hermantown. Nor does this agreement actually obligate the committee to proceed with the project. If construction of this project doesn't commence within 5 years of the effective date, either party can cancel this agreement. So obligations, the company will construct all water, sewer, and road improvements at its sole cost. It's been a topic of discussion on whether or not the city taxpayers would bear the burden of constructing these public improvements, and they would not. In these agreements, Google and its subsidiary Harmony Group would construct at their sole cost all of the public improvements associated with the agreements. Upon completion, the company would transfer them, the utility infrastructure, over to the city, and road improvements, being county and state owned improvements, would turn them over to them, the improvements over to them. The company would build the infrastructure, of course, to the standards that we've set forth, and we would get final approval of the final design at that time. And they would then become a publicly owned asset. The total estimated cost of the public improvements, inclusive of financing costs, is $130 million. So if the council were to choose to fund at public financing, the extension of these utilities, all financing included, would be $130 million to the cost of the taxpayer, by which, through these agreements, the public entity or the private entity would pay for at its sole cost. The city would lead any right-of-way and easement acquisition required. So we would be the lead agency on the right-of-way acquisition. The company would not do that on our behalf. However, the company would pay for that. So that would be a cost absorbed by the project and by the company as a part of the utility extension and the roadway improvements. Also, they would post a security equal to 125% of the estimated cost for all public improvements. So if in the very, very unlikely circumstance that they were to half build it or quarter build it and then walk away, we would have 125% guarantee to be able to tap into that to finish those improvements ourselves. Another note of public discussion is about water consumption on this project. This project will not consume water for cooling purposes. It will be strictly domestic use, and that is outlined in these agreements. They are contractually obligated to consume no more than 50,000 gallons of water a day. That's at the high end. So no more than. Of course, there's a carve out for fire suppression if there's forbid an emergency down there. We want them to be able to put the fire out. But for operational purposes, no more than 50,000 gallons of water a day. The company also acknowledges in this agreement that the information they provide to us as the city becomes public information. Anything they give us becomes public information, and they acknowledge that. There's been concern about transparency, and they acknowledge within these agreements that public data is public data, and it's accessible through the Minnesota Government Data Practices Act. They do, however, have a 10 business day window if we do get a data request to be able to review that request for any sensitive information, trade secrets, those types of things. But they have obligated through this agreement to indemnify the city and take the financial risk if there's any litigation around that activity. Again, the agreement allows for up to 4 phases, but expected to be 3 phases, but of course, allowing up to 4 phases. And the term of the agreement is no longer than 31 years past the effective date or the termination of the tax abatement agreement, whichever is less. So if they create a whole bunch more taxes than we expect, they reach that cap way, way early, termination agreement or the abatement agreement is terminated, and thereby the development agreement is also terminated. To the question of whether or not they could build a 4th building on year, say, 10 or 15, yes, they could, but it would fall within that. It would fall within the window of the 31-year agreement period. So they would only qualify for abatement up to that 31 years. So if they build it on year 20, they would only get 11 years. If they commission it on year 11, they would only get 10 years of that. Sorry, year 21, they would only get 10 years of that abatement. So that's the development agreement. Largely, the purpose is to establish the infrastructure obligations. So now let me work from my own computer on the slide deck. So starting from the beginning, I didn't update the dates, but going to the next slide, Joe. So what does Hermantown receive? Hermantown taxpayers receive 3 main top line items. $130 million worth of public infrastructure, and as the BBER study, the economic impact study showed, independent of a data center project, having that infrastructure in place would have the potential to unlock hundreds of millions of dollars worth of economic impact independent of this data center project. The company is also obligated to $40 million. It's actually $42.7 million. I know it's easy to round down to 40, but we are still talking about an additive $2.7 million in payments to the school. Those are unrestricted payments over the course of 28 years, which goes out beyond the forecasted timeline on the abatements. City funding, the city would get an estimated not an estimated, but a $4.5 million cash payment. It's actually 4.45. Those payments also are unrestricted payments over the course of 20 years, so 8-year difference between the school and the city. So just to be super clear, what is Google paying for? Google is paying for all of those things we just talked about. City taxpayers receives all of it because Google is paying for it. 130 million, 40 million plus, 4.5 million over 20 years. So how does this work? Google, their subsidiary, pays 100% of their property taxes. We take in the property taxes. Those then get distributed. Because the school has declined to participate in the abatement, they get 100% of the taxes that we collect and get distributed to them. Following the tax abatement, this proposal is only the city's portion of the property tax payment. So we are not discussing, again, the city's portion, also not discussing the county's portion. So the mechanics of the abatement. The city keeps the first $100,000 in annual property taxes. We also keep the baseline 28,000 that it produces today. After that deduction is made, that initial $100,000, we then calculate 85% of the remaining property taxes. And again, that's 85% of the property taxes that they have created because of the investment. We distribute that back to them to repay them for the utility infrastructure that they have invested in at the front end of the project. We keep that additional 15%. Or they pay those until 2052, or until the payments reach a cap of $80 million. That $80 million is the future value of money, the value of money in 2052. At that point, after the abatements roll off, the city then collects 100% of all taxes being paid by that site. The buildings don't just disappear. We continue to collect payments on those buildings. Even after the 85% abatement, so on that 15% delta that we keep, Google will still be the largest taxpayer. They are larger than Walmart. At that 15%, they are larger than the Walmart, the Fleet Farm, the Sam's Club, the Menards, and the Bass Pro combined. So that 15% is larger than 5 of our largest commercial taxpayers today. It looks like we're having some technical difficulties with the Zoom. If everyone could just be patient, that would be fantastic. We don't actually need the crowd to read or the council to read these slides. I will just read them to you while we wait for the tech to catch up with us. So what happens with the Google tax abatements? If these agreements are approved, there are no residential or commercial taxes that are currently being paid are returned to Google. All of the taxes we currently collect, we collect. They don't get returned to them. No current commercial or residential tax monies paid are lost in this potential agreement. We're not sacrificing anything that we currently have. The school and the city payments, as well as the infrastructure project, will be paid by Google regardless of the amount generated. Let's say they build one building at 100,000 square foot and that's it. They only generate a small amount of taxes in comparison. They still have to make those payments to the school, that $42.7 million to the school. They still have to pay that $4.5 million to the city. Also, which this slide, and I didn't talk about in the memo at the work session, those have survivability clauses. So if Google walks away after the project has been built, or they transfer it to an affiliate or whatever the case might be, those terms go with it. So they survive the agreement if the agreement is canceled. So they're on the hook for those payments, even if the agreements are canceled. So now we're at the, oh, hey, look at that. Though I lost my mic, so I will, there we go. So Hermantown Data Center Tax Profile Forecast Slide. So currently, those parcels that are being considered for or proposed for the project pay $28,000 a year in tax revenue. After the project is completed, even after abatement, we're just south of $450,000 a year in annual tax payments. That's at that 15%. That's on full project build out, and that's at year one of full project build out, not in 2052, to be clear. So the graph on the chart on the left shows that almost $3 million in taxable value that they will create, or sorry, in taxes that they would create. The abatement value at 85% of that is just about $2.5 million. We then would retain that $450,000 in annual revenue. The point of this graph is to compare it to the graph on the right to show the combined tax revenue from Bass Pro, Sam's Club, Walmart, Menards, and Fleet Farm. They still fall short of what the 15% would generate from this project. So next slide, thank you. So city, again, every year, $450,000. Of course, that will go up as inflation goes up. but to the school, which is the highlight on this slide, starting at full build out year one, just over $1 million in tax revenue to the school from this project after full build out. That assumes no tax rate change. This slide, there's a lot on it, but there's a big story to tell. On the far left side of this slide, you'll see day one in 2026, the net present value, today's dollar value, how much is that abatement worth today? So throughout the course of this discussion, there's been some conflation between what the $80 million is, how it translates to $33.5 million, how the school payments at $42.7 million fall into this. So in order to normalize all that and do apples to apples comparison, we have done today's value versus value in 2052. This chart puts it all kind of onto one chart. The far left shows 2026. The value of the full abatement that's estimated in today's dollars is $33.5 million. The cost of the infrastructure to build today is estimated at $130 million. There's a big difference between 33.5 and 130. As we go right, the 70 million or the cap of 80 million in 2052, those same public infrastructure costs would cost at the same rate of inflation as we use to forecast the abatement, would be $360 million to construct. So to normalize the two, today's value versus tomorrow's value. Also of note on this slide in the lower right, you'll see the abatements will cascade off and full taxes will get collected on the first phase and the second phase, while abatements on the third phase would continue. So there is a time period there while abatements do continue that we are collecting full tax revenue on the first two phases. Assuming, of course, 3 phases and not 4. So what does the tax revenue look like for the school? After the first building, or after the first phase, it'd be just shy of $350,000 a year. After full build out, as I mentioned before, that'd be just north of $1 million of tax revenue to the school district every year. Over the course of the abatement, once you hit 2052, which is the forecasted term of the abatement, you'd be north of $2.2 million every year in tax value collected for the school. Combined between when they, in 2029, when they anticipate bringing on a first building, to 2052, the combined tax value added to the school is just shy of $30 million in taxes collected for the school district. Again, assuming no change in tax rate. So 20 years from now, 26 years from now, what does this look like? 2052 in the final abatement year for phase 3, when phase 3 is rolling off, the final payment to Google would be $1.7 million. The school and the city, inclusive of the payments and tax revenue, would be $13.5 million. Fast forward one more year, Google gets $0. The city and the school, inclusive of payments, is 17.6. So you can see the dramatic increase that happens as these abatements roll off. And in 2056, which is 4 years after the anticipated and forecasted abatement period, the school and city would collect $19.6 million in revenue. Again, that's because the school payments go out past the forecasted abatement period. So again, in an effort to normalize today's dollars versus tomorrow dollars, because when you're talking about complex forecasts of financials that go out potentially 28 years, it's easy to conflate future dollars with today's dollars. So we've done some work. We've used the discount rates, so the same rates that were applied during the forecast. We have, during the abatement forecast, we've applied those to the values of the cash payments that were negotiated as part of the tax abatement agreement. To do that, after we did that, we arrived at about $19.2 million in annual cash payments, full value in today's dollars. Combine that to the full value of the public infrastructure if publicly financed at $130 million. You get a total value gain directly from the abatement package to the community of just shy of $150 million. The value of the abatement again, abatement is the return of taxes they create from their investment, is $33.5 million. Next slide. Oh, we're there. So now we've taken the time to do a little bit of math to show the net present or today's dollar value. Again, that value of the abatement is $33.5 million today. The value of the school and city payments is $19.2 million today. That means the abatement less the school and city payments is equal to $14.3 million. Public infrastructure at $130 million. Take away that 14.3 that is less the school payments and the city payments, and you arrive at a net public position of 115, almost $116 million worth of public gain because of the abatement agreement. Going into 2052, again, future value of money. The public infrastructure is $360 million would be to finance using the same inflation rate we applied during the abatement cash flows. Future payments of future value of the city payment and the school payments, $47.2 million in cash payments. Add those together and you've got $407.2 million of total value gained directly from the abatement package in future money. The value of future money also includes the $30 million in school taxes collected and the $12 million that the city has collected from that 15% retained over the abatement period. That's an additional $42 million added to the equation on the future value of money. So you've got nearly $450 million of revenues and value gained directly from the abatement package in exchange for the forecasted future value of $70 million. Even if you go to the cap at $80 million, you're still doing $80 million in exchange for $450 million of total gain directly for the public. Got a few more things to cover that we didn't get to, even though that was a lot. Did our best to break down the financial side of it. We didn't talk about a couple of things during that presentation. So as a reminder of, I don't think I talked about this, as a reminder of why we do abatement, why the state gives us the statutory authority to abate these taxes in the first place. The point is to spur local economic development. That $150 million in today's value we talked about just now, it does not include the indirect and direct economic benefit that happen from the contractors that get hired, that happen from the spur off development that happens because there are utilities extended to the area. The state gives us the ability to look at those other community benefits, not just the $150 million worth of public gain in the dollars in the abatement agreement itself. So as a part of this agreement, they would create at a minimum of 40 high quality technology positions in the city of Hermantown. And those positions would pay 120% of the St. Louis County average wage. That equates in today's dollars of $75,000, more than $75,000 a year. So there's been some discussion around the quantity of jobs that come along with data centers. There is a discussion to be had about quality versus quantity, and these are high quality jobs. The other benefit, indirect benefit of these positions is that they are technology-based positions, which further diversifies because we do not have a significant amount of technology jobs in our region. It would diversify our economy, and a diverse economy is a resilient economy. Talked about that. The other thing I'll note is the school district did decline in writing to participate in the abatement agreement. We followed the typical and common practice of requesting the abatement from the school, and they denied in writing. Those are on file, not a public process typically, but we do have them on file as declining to participate, which gives us the ability to go to 20 years per parcel. We discussed the abatement mechanics already, about $100,000 and retaining the first 15. One thing we didn't talk about Todd touched on it a little bit, but I'll highlight it again, is that we retain 30% of our abatement capacity as a part of this agreement. So we are allowed statutorily to abate 10% of our tax base by statute. We are saying in this agreement, and the developer or the company has agreed not to exceed 7% of that tax base abatement allotment. As a note, that 30% that we have retained after full build out, that 30% is just about $300,000 less than the abatement authority we have currently. So there is almost no impact to our abatement authority and the amount that we can abate because of that 70% obligation in the agreement compared to today's ability to abate. Because if you think about the project as they bring on tax base, the tax base grows, and so the percentage we can abate grows. The other thing I'll note is that this is a pay-as-you-go abatement. So there is no guarantee of $80 million. There is no guarantee of $70 million. There is no guarantee of $33.5 million. The only guarantee we have is the $47.2 million in cash payments to the school and the city. That $80 million is a cap. The $70 million is a forecast. If they build one building, they only get abated 85% of the taxes they create through that single building. That is the only guarantee that they have on the abatement side, is that 85% in these agreements. Let's see here. We talked about 40 full-time jobs in the first, but it's expected to have a minimum of, it's expected to have 3 buildings or phases, could be up to 4. They've committed to 30 new full-time positions with each building or each phase after the second or after the first phase. Now, they're required to have 30 hours per week on site, and that site is here in Hermantown, so those jobs will exist here. They will be $75,000 plus a year jobs in this community, and those will increase as inflation increases wage rates going forward. Also of note, the way we structured it in this agreement is starting at the second tax year of the abatement period, they have basically a target. So if they don't meet the target of the 40 jobs and they only create half of those, they would only get half the abatement. Or after full build out, they've got 100 jobs, they only create 50, they only get half the abatement. So it's a pro rata change in the abatement to the employment goals. Talked about the $42.7 million to the school district. Talked about the $4.5 million to the city. I do have in the memo that those are unrestricted and that they survive developer-initiated termination. Talked about the annual revenues. So cover the memo. I will now take it over to the Google representative to give her presentation as a follow-on. Thank you.
Yeah. Mayor, members of the council, staff, my name is Liz Schwab. I work on market development, policy, and public affairs for Google's technical infrastructure team. I've been an employee of the company for almost 17 years, and I'm based out of our Cambridge, Massachusetts office. On behalf of my colleagues and our many project partners, thank you for the engagement on this project so far. I'm cognizant that far predating Google's interest, this has been a point of discussion and debate locally, and it is not lost on me how much of your time and resources have been spent. Now that Google has a confirmed commercial interest in this project, we're excited to be in front of you tonight and moving forward through this process. I'd like to spend a few minutes on context before we jump into the project specifics. First, what is a data center? Given the amount of public debate and conversation on this today, this question is not always covered. Data centers are basically high-tech warehouses for the internet, digital services, and cloud computing. Instead of storing physical goods, they house thousands of powerful, efficient servers. and they require 24/7 operations by an incredibly dedicated operational team. The need for data centers comes from our increasing need for digital services. All of us in this room and all of the organizations we work for continue to store more and more information in the cloud. We continue to use more and more cloud services. That's in our personal lives, but of course we know the economy also runs on data centers. Institutions, large and small, governments, hospitals, universities, all rely on data centers to run their operations. Moving to Google in this space. We are proud to have built and operated data centers for over 20 years around the world. We have 32 sites on 4 continents. Each of those sites is built in deep partnership with the communities where we operate. From the initial design, things like using canal water in the Nordics, to the energy innovation that we bring with our power partners, to, of course, the community partnerships, where our staff dedicates significant time to understanding how Google can contribute to local priorities. On behalf of all my colleagues around the world, we are really proud of our track record in this space. Speaking of these communities, I picked 4 sort of random ones from our data center website. The Dalles is one of our longest running operational sites in Oregon. Council Bluffs is there, which actually that's a different Council Bluffs. But I picked that picture because it's a local staff favorite that the deer have moved into the site. Hamina is an interesting one. It's a retrofitted paper mill. And then you see our Belgian facility, which is co-located with a significant solar array. I picked these 4 because they show how different data centers can be. I said before, if you've seen one data center, you've seen one data center, and that really could not be more true of our portfolio. I want to acknowledge that the site plan and the aesthetics of the Hermantown data center being discussed are still pretty far off, and there will be significant opportunity for public comment, council, city staff engagement as we move through the process. And a quick glimpse of what they look like inside. This is a fun project that one of our site leads spearheaded to walk a Google Street View backpack camera around the inside of one of our data halls. This actually came from some complaints from employees who said they had never seen inside of a data hall, myself included, because they're so highly secure. A couple more pieces of context before jumping into the project specifics. At Google, we are very proud to be a global leader in clean energy advancement and environmental responsibility. In fact, it's one of our competitive advantages. It's why many of my colleagues stay working for Google, because we believe so strongly in how we conduct our business. Beyond our employees, many global leaders consider Google to be at the frontier not only of operating, but at defining and setting increasingly higher standards for how to be a responsible corporate actor in this space. We won't be using water, cooling, and Hermantown, so I've focused on the energy pieces in this slide, but members of the public, council, and staff are welcome to visit our sustainability website, which is sustainability.google/operations, to fast track you to the data center section, where you can learn more than you would ever want to know on our approach to energy, water, circular economy, recycling of e-waste, et cetera. All of our strategies and publicly available reports are accessible there, in addition to our annual environmental report, which is quite a lengthy read. As you can see from the timeline on the right here, Google has been the first large company to meet major sustainability milestones, including reaching carbon neutrality in 2007 and matching the energy used across our global operations with renewables in 2017. When we reached the last goal, we realized that we needed to go further. So we partnered with global energy and climate experts to set a new ambitious moonshot for ourselves of operating on 24/7, 365 carbon-free energy in every grid where we operate around the world. This goal requires a step change in how we conduct our operations and represents enormous technical and practical complexities. We're the first major company to set out to do this, and we plan to be the first to achieve it. I want to underline that this is a huge part of what makes Minnesota so attractive to Google. The state should be proud of its ambitious 2040 100% clean electricity law. Not only does it make the entire business community and utilities row in the same direction of this goal, but it attracted our potential investment in the state. It means that we have policy certainty, favorable policy structures, and committed partners to seeking these ambitious moonshots. And finally, before we move to project specifics, I wanted to highlight an example of local impact and benefits in a state where we've been operating for a little while longer. So in Nebraska, we have been operational for about 8 years. We have 2 sites. And this will give you a little bit of a snapshot of what investment can look like once we're up and running for a little while. I won't cover all the numbers on this slide, but I did want to highlight a theme that staff called out in terms of the broader economic activity that a hyperscale data center investment brings to a locality. In Nebraska, just in 1 year, 2024, our sites induced $4.4 billion in economic activity, just 1 year. All right, so moving on to the project. I'll try to skim over some of these numbers or not spend too much time on them, rather, just given that we've covered them in detail. But this project is really just not about a data center building. It's a generational investment in Hermantown, in the county, and the region. When Google invests, we do it for the long term. And as you can see from the numbers here, the project benefits in terms of contributions to the schools and city services will reach almost $219 million over the 28 years of this agreement. Staff covered the $130 million in infrastructure, the $89 million in revenue, including taxes and payments to the schools and the city. I do want to spend a little bit of time on that broader economic multiplier in jobs. One of the things that gets glossed over a little bit in the public debate is the number of jobs at a facility. So as I said before, we typically have at least 100 operational jobs, at least 100 full-time contractor or vendor jobs, generally much larger than that, but that is a standard kind of baseline for us. In addition to that, this project is anticipated, it's still very early stage, but the early modeling is anticipating 1,500 to 2,000 highly paid, skilled construction jobs during the anticipated 8 to 10 year build-out period. And I said before, the Nebraska number on $4.4 billion of economic activity there. Our US average, just to give another data point for consideration, is $688 million in annual economic activity. And then finally on this slide, Google has a pretty significant job multiplier. So and this is a Deloitte study, you can access it on our data center website for every state where we operate. This job multiplier of 1 to 9 means that for every full-time employee, direct employee at a Google data center, we support 9 additional jobs in the broader economy. So that is electricians and maintenance, HVAC, security, catering, landscaping, and of course, the usual suspects in economic development of restaurants and bars and hotels and entertainment, et cetera. Okay, moving on to other site proof points. Again, I want to cover this not because all of this is germane to tonight's discussion, but because it's such a common point of misconception and concern in the public debate. First is our electricity service agreement, or ESA, with Minnesota Power. As part of our deal with them, we're committing to bring on 700 megawatts of new clean energy generation resources. We're also exploring demand flexibility capabilities with this, which means that Minnesota Power will be able to count on the Google data center for demand response and flexibility during times of high grid stress. As part of this, and it will be sort of discussed and confirmed via public process at the PUC, our estimates currently are that our contract over the 15-year term with Minnesota Power would generate $600 to $800 million worth of ratepayer benefits across Minnesota Power's system. And then finally, we've committed to a $5 million energy impact fund. This is something we do commonly across the US, and it's basically a way to advance Minnesota Power's weatherization and energy affordability initiatives. Moving on to other site details, noise. There is a state mandate or limit on 50 decibels of nighttime noise and 60 decibels of daytime noise. Again, folks can look up sort of how to put this in context. Most of us are not familiar with decibel levels or comparisons, but 50 decibels is roughly equivalent to the sound of a refrigerator running in your kitchen, and 60 decibels is equivalent to a dishwasher or an electric toothbrush. For lighting, the site will have no light pollution. It will be fully shielded, downcast light fixtures that eliminate spillover and glare to adjacent properties. For water, as staff has discussed, the site will use water for domestic purposes only. That's employee kitchens and bathrooms, et cetera. And we have a maximum of 50,000 gallons per day. Backup generation, the facility will be running on light backup generation, meaning they will only run when the grid goes out, which again, as I said earlier, we're connected, or this facility is proposed to be connected to the Arrowhead substation, which has an incredibly high reliability score. And so what we would project is that these generators would run a small handful, single digits, potentially hours a year for the manufacturer mandated testing and maintenance. It's also important to note that when the grid does go out, these generators will not be running the data center. They will simply be running sort of emergency type equipment, lighting, and making sure the chips don't melt and start a fire. A lot more details on all of these things will be available in future public processes as we get more detailed on the site design. And then finally, of course, we're excited to continue the engagement here. So we've started to open up roles in Minnesota to support community and public engagement. And of course, a fast follow to that as we hopefully are able to get construction underway is hiring our operational team, a site lead, et cetera. These will be folks hopefully from the community, in the community, engaged in the community. Next slide shows a sort of rough estimate or understanding of project timeline. Of course, many of these dates or estimates could slip or change. Many of these are processes before this body. Some include other agencies from the state, et cetera. But again, I just wanted to show the level of public process that is still before us. It's significant, and we're committed to hosting as many, open houses, public forums, virtual webinars as is needed. So in summary, the decision before the council tonight is whether this is a good deal for Hermantown or not. We understand that pursuing a project this big is a major decision for the city. We're committed to being a good partner every step of the way. We really appreciate and value the feedback we've received so far, the dedication and time from your staff, and look forward to continuing the engagement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Should I say for questions or?
I had one. You mentioned this moonshot. What year do you have as a goal for that?
Yeah, 2030. It's getting close. It's getting close. And you can look up on our environmental report. We actually report in every grid around the world where we operate the percentage that we've reached. So we're sort of using transparency to hold ourselves accountable and hope to reach that goal or get close. We'll see.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I do have a question as well. We are entering into agreement with Harmony Group. You're representing Google. Can you explain the corporate relationship between Alphabet Incorporated, Google, Harmony, et cetera?
Yeah. There's no Harmony employees. These really start from the early exploratory phase where our team wants to have some phase of quiet, if you will. I know the NDA conversation is one of common concern, but really it's meant to be, paradoxically, actually, it's meant to be a way where we can be more transparent with city staff while we are in that early phase. So as I said, we were engaged, but not commercially committed to this project for a little while. And so that enables us to have some anonymity. It also, frankly, perhaps more importantly, gives us some competitive confidentiality with our largest competitors in the hyperscale space.
Thank you. And I also have a follow-up for Mr. Ronchetti. Who tracks the abatement? Does Ellers do that? Do they prepare a report every year as far as the expenditures and the staffing requirements?
Mayor Boucher, Councilor Geisler, yes, we do that in partnership with the county and with Ellers. And we do our reporting as state mandated through the business subsidy law. So we do that with the experts. And also in the agreement, you'll see that we're both obligated to be nice during that time period. So the company and the city would have agreed to do that reporting and have open communication in order to meet the law and the standard there.
Thank you. Any other questions? I think we can move on to public comment. Public comment is generally 3 minutes per person. Somewhere on the list, some people have ceded time to others. I may be asking questions of who ceded what to who when we get there. But we will start, each person that's called by name can come to the podium and start with their name and address. First person is Jack Carlson.
If you just remind people to sign up.
I can't hear you.
The TV say they're gonna shut off.
He'll take care of it. Name and address, please.
Jack Carlson, 8482 Swan Lake Road. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jack Carlson, and I'm the president of the Duluth Building Construction Trades Council. I represent over 3,000 union trades members that live and work locally here in the Arrowhead region. I've been in the trades for many years, and I've seen the ebbs and flows of construction. There are times when work is slow and not available, and there are times when work is steady. And with the current climate, steady work is a must. Many of these members are forced to travel for work, sometimes out of the state, spending many nights away from their family members and their loved ones. This is time missed watching their children grow up, missing sports games, choir concerts, when their child asks them to help with their homework. Projects like this data center do not always come along that often. The ability for the Duluth building trades to stay home and eat dinners with their family and attend the events they potentially would miss is an amazing opportunity. Work like this provides families with a steady means of income. It will put money in their pockets and food on their table. It will provide them with a good retirement, and it will give them hopes of living with dignity. Our young and upcoming workforce should also have the hopes of these same opportunities. Being able not to leave town for a career, but to embrace one right here in our backyards. Not every student is meant to go on to a 2 or a 4-year technical college. Construction needs to happen so that these young individuals have the same opportunities that they deserve. These careers in the trades are the most efficient and highly skilled workforce out there. Our men and women in the trades know how to build these projects with quality and pride. Not only will this provide for the members of the trades, but it will provide vital economic growth. Each person working locally will spend their money in this region. Every dollar earned locally can circulate time and time and time over again. That's our local grocery stores. That's our mom and pop gas stations. That's a local cafe. All these places, they need people to live here so that they frequent them, so that they can stay in business and provide the services that we all need. Besides what is good for our local workforce, from what I just heard, the community benefit, that they're bringing to the table in this time of uncertainty is incredibly valuable. The best benefit I heard is going into the school district,
3
and
minutes.
that means better programs for all the children. If a community turns down all forward progress, the community will slowly fade away and no longer be a place anybody wants to live. This has happened more than once, and it will continue to happen if we turn growth away. We all love to work and we all love to play just like everyone else does in our backyards. All I ask is that the misinformation be put away and that everybody has an open mind to what this project truly is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Joe Pike, and on deck is Chris Audette. Name and address, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Joe Pike. I'm a Hermantown resident. I live at 3729 Johnson Road. I'll just say I am a supporter of the proposed Google Data Center project. Like many people, I wasn't so sure at first. There wasn't much information available early on. I think fear of change and fear of unknowns kind of fueled the opposition in the early days. And the community kind of went to a dark place, conspiracy theories and worst case scenarios. I like to think we're a more open-minded and optimistic group than that. Now we have more information at our disposal in the public, and I'm personally convinced this is a good thing for our community, a very good thing. Much of the misinformation has been addressed or debunked. I personally took a lot of comfort in the messaging that we heard from Google here tonight. But I'll focus my time on the myriad benefits that this proposed data center brings to our community. While the potential downsides might not be zero, I feel they are vastly outweighed by the potential benefits. I would ask that the members of the council, of course, weigh that on their own. But in my opinion, it's not even close. It's in favor of the benefits. It's hard to argue with 9 figures, over $200 million flowing to our city over the next several decades. I see this as a generational opportunity. Undeniable benefits to the school system, infrastructure, job market, and overall economy that we simply will not find anywhere else. Let's not drive that away because of fear of change. Instead, let's be willing to see and accept the good that is offered. This data center is good for our city. It's good for our property taxes as residents, and it's good for our kids. So thank you to Google for considering investing in our community. Thank you, Mayor and Council members, for serving our city and carefully considering this matter. I urge you to vote yes on the proposed data center project. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Chris Audette. After that on deck is Laura Krollman. Name and address, please.
Evening, everybody. My name is Chris Adet. Address 4907 Lightning Drive. Second generation owner of A.J. O'Brien Plumbing and Heating. We're a mechanical contractor right down the street. We've been in Hermantown for 27 years. We've been involved in community projects such as Fitchner Park, the Hermantown Wellness Fitness Center, and most recently the North Star Arena. We're a Hermantown business. We pay Hermantown taxes. I'm actually a Duluth resident, but still very involved in the community. I want to see this project happen because I feel very strongly that it's part of a global infrastructure shift. Very much in the same way that this is where our economy is going. I think Chad and Google had touched upon it. This is where the economy is going. This is where the future is. I unironically saw a lot of folks tonight on Google researching for and against the project, right? It's all infrastructure and stuff that we use. And I think to stand against the project is no different than 20th century rural communities pushing back against electricity, or small towns in the 1800s pushing against railroads, or companies and special interests not even a few decades ago pushing against the internet or cell phones. If this project doesn't go through, then what will go through? Because it just, the numbers and the facts show that there's not, I mean, they're literally paying to come here with the infrastructure, with the education. We want the jobs. We want the infrastructure. We want the commercial tax base. I certainly do. You go a few miles down the street to Duluth, where they're cutting 48 jobs due to a $4.2 million budget deficit for the school district. Hermantown stands to gain $42.7 million over the next 28 years. That's over $1 million a year. What could that do for any of the surrounding communities? Duluth, and again, not to make it about Duluth, but Duluth needs almost $400 million of infrastructure investments over the next 5 years. Google's willing to pay $130 million for the work that entails its project, which could open the gateway to more housing, more business development. You just don't, in my space, you don't see a lot of projects that pay for themselves like that. Usually the community's making a sacrifice or giving a break, and I rarely see communities going above and beyond to pay their way to do that. So with Google, again, I'm kind of paraphrasing what was already discussed. I mean, already becoming the largest tax base.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Creates a lot of jobs. I just don't think Hermantown should look a gift horse in the mouth. And if this project doesn't go through, it's really not about NIMBYism, not in my backyard. It would be bananas. Build absolutely nothing anywhere near anything. Let's not be known for that. Thanks.
Next is Laura Krollman, and on deck is Brian Hansen. Name and address, please.
Good evening, Laura Krollman, 2783 Lauren Road, Duluth, Minnesota. Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff, and future neighbors. In just a few weeks, our family will be moving to Hermantown. While it wasn't just one factor that prompted our upcoming move from Duluth, the city's commitment to growth done the right way, community enrichment, and exceptional schools was a big attraction for our family. As we heard tonight from Chad and Liz, this data center project exemplifies exactly this approach, bringing $29 million to the new school district revenue and over $42 million to the school foundation to directly benefit our children's education, while creating permanent jobs and supporting thousands more in the broader community. Google will also fund $130 million in infrastructure like roads and utilities, ensuring communities grow without burdening our current taxpayers. This is the kind of thoughtful, responsible development that attracted us to Hermantown. Growth that strengthens our schools, creates opportunities, and protects our quality of life. And this is why I urge you to vote yes. Thank you for being the forward thinkers our region needs and for your thoughtful consideration of this project based on a strong set of facts.
Thank you. Next, Brian Hansen, and on deck is Dan Nordling.
Good evening, Mayor Boucher, councilors, and staff. Thanks for having me here. My name is Brian Hansen. I live at 2731 Jefferson Street in Duluth. I have spent my career in regional economic development, and now I own a consulting company that works with companies looking at primarily in site selection all around the country. And my career in economic development was really dedicated to creating jobs in this region, driving investment in this region, and seeing the benefits that our communities get to accrue. And frankly, I could think of no better project than this one in all three of those areas. I'm going to hear talk about particularly about the site and the jobs a little bit as well. I think we could get to yes on this project. I understand that there's really reasonable questions that are out there, and I think that we have good answers for them, and I want to share my perspective. In economic development and site selection, we're charged with working together to find the best spot for a project. I could think of no better spot for this project than the one that's been identified. As I said, there's reasonable questions, but the infrastructure that's there, the location in what I consider very much an industrial area. Examples of that, the number of transportation assets in that area, the highways, the railroads, the cluster of logistics companies right there in that area. The Arrowhead Station itself, that's an industrial asset that's been there for 60 years. And finally, there's even industrial services companies popping up in the area as well. This is an area that has successfully coexisted with both industrial and residential. And I think if you guys do the job that Mr. Ronchetti and others have described tonight, of working with the company to put a project there that works for everyone, we can be very successful. We have both laws in place and we have a process and a company that's willing to work with our community. And that's what will make the difference. And we can get to yes. Regarding the jobs, I've been a little bit irritated in conversations when I hear people say, well, I don't know why you count the construction jobs. Those are temporary jobs. Mr. Carlson has already explained this very well. These are family sustaining jobs for 8 to 10 years. Finally, about 15 years ago, this one's a little more personal. Many of us worked really hard to try and get Google to put millions of dollars of infrastructure in our region with fiber. Today, we have a chance for billions to be invested in a data center. Let's accept this generational, regional changing project and vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dan Nordling, and on deck is Kim Parmeter. Name and address, please.
Hello, my name is Dan Nordling. I live at 4238 LaVake Road in Hermantown. I'm here tonight representing multiple perspectives. I am a resident of Hermantown. I'm a parent with children in our school. I'm an engineer, and I'm an employee of Minnesota Power. I appreciate the public process that's taking place and the thoughtful questions and concerns that are being raised. This process matters, and it's how we make good decisions as a community. Our region has a long history of industry. Mining, forestry, pulp, and paper have been the backbone of our local and regional economy. These industries have been instrumental in building the community and the region, taught us how to balance economic growth with responsibility, and remain the foundation of that economy. From my perspective, a data center is a continuation of that legacy. It's not a departure from it. It's modern infrastructure that brings long-term stability, family-supporting jobs, and a strong tax base, with minimal environmental impact compared to many traditional industrial uses. As a parent and a community member, I think about what this means for our schools and for keeping young families here. A broader tax base helps support schools, infrastructure, and public services without shifting additional burden on homeowners. That's an investment in the next generation of Hermantown residents. As an engineer, I value that data centers are designed for efficiency, reliability, and environmental control. These projects are highly regulated and subject to extensive review, like any new development. It's the very process we're participating in. I believe this project can be done right and will be done right, as so many have in the past. As an employee of Minnesota Power, and please note, I am not speaking on behalf of the company. Utilities in Minnesota are required by law to provide reliable service while keeping costs fair for consumers. Projects like this are carefully reviewed to ensure new customers pay their fair share and do not negatively impact service. Electric rates will not increase because of this project, and yes, the grid can support it. In closing, I want to be clear that my support for this project comes with respect for the concerns that have been raised. This region was built by welcoming industry and holding it to high standards. As a resident of Hermantown, a parent, an engineer, and someone who works every day in a highly regulated industry, I see this as an opportunity to strengthen our community and our region. I support this project, and I believe we can get it done the right way. I also support this resolution in principle and ask you to vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kim Parmeter, and on deck is Keith Musoff.
Good evening, Kim Parmeter, 5590 Stark Road. That's Midway Township, about 1.25 miles away from the edge of the proposed data center. I'm representing the Hermantown Area Chamber of Commerce. I serve as the president and CEO. We are a private nonprofit organization serving businesses. Let's start with something we can all agree on. No one really enjoys paying taxes. And if we have to pay them, we'd sure like to pay a lot less. Minnesota consistently ranks among the highest tax states in the US. In 2025, we ranked 7th worst due to high corporate income and sales taxes, making it one of the most progressive tax systems in the country. But locally, our city council has the opportunity to make a little bit of a dent, to make that burden a little lighter on our taxpaying citizens in this community. Partnering with Google on this data center means infrastructure opportunity that is absolutely game-changing for Hermantown and our region. If you have infrastructure, you create conditions for development. Development leads to housing. Housing supports workforce growth. And as that grows, you broaden the tax base and attract more business, reduce the pressure on homeowners over time, and create capacity for the future. That's a healthy economic cycle. And it's accelerated when a partner is willing to invest in the kind of infrastructure that makes it all possible, something that Google is prepared to do. So the question becomes, what happens if we don't act? At the chamber, I don't hear complaints about the businesses we have. I hear about the ones we don't have. I hear from our employers who have good paying jobs but can't fill them because housing is limited or unaffordable or simply not competitive with other regions. In fact, some of our larger business organizations have built facilities in other states because of that. Let's ensure that we're a place where people don't have to leave to find opportunity, a place where businesses can grow, where housing keeps pace, and where the next generation chooses to stay. Let's partner with Google and write a new chapter. And they're a good partner. They have to be. The state of Minnesota guarantees that because of the nation-leading legislation that the legislature passed last year, one of the most comprehensive data center regulatory frameworks in the country. Lastly, what if we get this right? What if our community becomes the example, not just for Minnesota, but beyond, on how to responsibly partner with projects of this magnitude? What if we become the gold standard for how a community works with data centers, how we build them thoughtfully, and how our schools, our workforce, and our residents actually benefit from that relationship? That is the opportunity in front of us. And opportunities like this don't come around often. The question is now, are we going to lead or are we going to watch it pass us by? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Keith Musoff, and on deck is Dylan Messick.
Thank you. Keith Musoff, Radar Road here in Hermantown. Mayor Boucher, council members, Hermantown administration. I want to start with thanking you for following public process and allowing this time to happen, allowing myself, my neighbors, both to speak for and against the project proposed. As a resident here in Hermantown, on Radar Road, growing up on Anderson Road, spending my time in the Hermantown school districts, and now raising my family here. I want to tell a little story that I learned just recently, a couple weeks ago, when business brought me to Washington, D.C. I was allowed to meet a family man, a man a lot like Mr. Adet that talked about his business earlier. This person lives in the state of Virginia that has been welcoming data centers where they are very plentiful. The gentleman actually had an electrical shop and an HVAC shop similar to Mr. Adet's. He described how less than 10 years ago, his small family business was of 400 employees. And now, along with the growth in their communities, with the data centers being built and maintained, he now employs 4,000 full-time employees, both in HVAC and electrical work in the data centers in Virginia. The community isn't just about the small amount of jobs that the proposed data center is bringing. It's much larger with all the jobs around it. That is just one simple story that I wanted to share. And in closing, I want to add, the benefits that we know that have been proposed in front of us answer some of the concerns we all face. We understand that the public dollar is very tight right now, and budgets are hard to come up with. The school districts are under attack and funding is tough. Many school districts in our area are facing huge challenges. I want to thank you for being open-minded throughout this process and looking for responsible development, just like this proposed project in Hermantown. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dylan Messick, and on deck is Eric Palmer. Dylan, name and address, please.
My name is Dylan Messick, and I live at 23 West Owatonna Street in Duluth. Mayor Boucher, councilors, I'm a senior at UMD, and I'll actually be walking this Saturday at AMS Oil in front of a wonderfully supportive coalition of friends and family. I'm not originally from up here, but I am a born and raised Minnesotan. I grew up visiting Duluth multiple times a year, and by extension, Hermantown and Rice Lake and Proctor, basically everywhere from here to Grand Marais. I've even worked in Hermantown at Skyline Social and Games, so I'm sure I've met some of you before. That is, if you like having a good time. This area has both shaped and changed my life for the better. Everything from the rich history to the unparalleled beauty and recreation are a part of my identity. That being said, when I look around, I see a deficit of opportunity. Beauty and progress go hand in hand. They are not mutually exclusive concepts. As I've said, I'll be graduating in a few days, and I'd like to share with you what I see around myself. I see peers who feel the same love and admiration for this area that I do, yet who also feel constricted by the lack of available opportunities. I see my younger peers who, to be honest with you, already possess the internal rhetoric of, let me get my degree and let me leave. Professors and advisors who don't even try to sell the job market up here. If you'll indulge me, I'd like to share my vision for this area with you. My vision is one of opportunity. When I see this proposed project, the data center, I see the opportunity that is missing for my peers and I. I see a $40+ million investment in the people of this area. This $40 million would be put directly towards the Hermantown education system. We could build a new school with that money, the school that we all know we so desperately need. And that's a good thing. Needing a new school means more growth and more opportunity. My gorgeous girlfriend, Holly, is walking with me on Saturday. Her degree will be in art education. And no matter how bad we want to stay up here, it just doesn't make sense right now. There aren't enough jobs, and even if there were, the growth opportunity is not readily available. I believe my vision embodies that of realism. On top of the aforementioned investment, I also see a large source of future tax revenue. And in this day and age, let's be honest, the present is the future. I see job creation, and I see a value proposition for migrants, as well as $130 million worth of free future development-oriented infrastructure that not only is long overdue, but also plain and simple would not be possible without this project. We all yearn for the promise of opportunity, but the not in my backyard philosophy holds progress back. I know I sometimes have trouble conceptualizing change like this, but 100% of nothing is still nothing. I'd like to remind everyone that the greater Duluth area was built on industry, and therefore industry will continue to build us all. I'd like to humbly ask you, as my friends and as my neighbors, to join me in support of this vision and a project, this vision of a prosperous economic expansion for the future. Or if you're of my school of thought, the now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Eric Palmer, and on deck is Hannah Bellavance. Name and address, please.
Eric Palmer, 3712 Linda Road, Hermantown. So good evening, Mayor and councilors. I've been a resident of Hermantown for over 18 years. My wife and I grew up in the Twin Cities, went to college at University of Minnesota Duluth. While in school, we fell in love with the area. After school, we moved back to the Twin Cities for work, but visited often. 5 years later, I was offered a great job opportunity in the region. We didn't hesitate and moved up to the Northland. We purchased our first home in Hermantown and have stayed there since. So I'm here to show my support for locating a Google data center here in Hermantown and the approval of the development agreement. As a Hermantown resident, the economic development package exceeded my expectations for the benefits Google will bring. Over $40 million in betterment revenue for the school, and this is in addition to the $29 million of school taxes they pay just being a member of the business community. If the project goes forward, I'd like to hear more how the additional revenue will be used, or for my personal preference, to provide property tax relief for households and local businesses. Furthermore, this new revenue is needed to given the recent school budget cuts that hit critical programs such as business acumen, math, and cuts to technology. Important skills and resources students need to excel after graduating high school. And with the student playing high school sports, maybe the funds can be used to reduce the fundraising students do to fill the gaps every year. Regarding jobs, today there are idle taconite mines north of here. Families must make the difficult decision, do they stay or move away? Which means leaving family and friends behind to find work. This once-in-a-lifetime project provides hope for those that do want to stay. The Google Data Center has the potential to create a minimum of 100 direct, well-paying jobs, the minimum, along with 1,500 to 2,000 jobs for skilled construction workers. Brings hundreds of millions in investment potential to reach billions, which lifts this community. It just doesn't lift this community, it lifts all of the communities around us. And this is really what motivates me to be here today. I want the next generation, like my son, like we just heard from Dylan graduating this week, to know that they can have a prosperous future here with many opportunities. To create this culture for our youth, communities today need to make decisions that promote a healthy, diverse, and thriving business community. Adding a tech hub is a great addition to the cornerstone business sectors in the region that include higher education, healthcare, aviation, manufacturing, and natural resources. The benefits compound. Businesses will want to locate, operate, and grow here. I have trust in the city of Hermantown and the state of Minnesota that the process will incorporate community feedback, ensure that this project is a good fit for Hermantown. My hope is that others will have the same opportunity that I had 18 years ago to move up here. And this is one of the several reasons why I fully support locating the Google Data Center in Hermantown and approving the development agreement today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Hannah Bellavance, and on deck is it Chris Apelbacher? Name and address, please.
Hannah Bellavance, 5491 Hermantown Road. As a Hermantown resident of my entire 28 years of life, I support the City Council's efforts to bring the Google Data Center to Hermantown. As a part of the agreements between the city and Google, Google has agreed to give more than $40 million to Hermantown schools for nearly 3 decades. The stable funding for our schools is over $850,000 per year for the length of the agreements. This is especially important after our schools have had to cut $750,000 from their budget last year. As a former art student of Hermantown, this funding can go towards supporting arts programs, youth sports, updated schools and facilities, new and improved courses, and more. As a mother with a brand new baby and a young son who is currently in Hermantown sports, these funds will see my kids through their entire school careers and probably the careers of several of yours as well. We all want what's best for our kids, and a well-funded and accessible education is key to their success and the success of our community. The project will strengthen our tax base without raising taxes for myself, my neighbors, or my family. And upping our taxes is the only way we could ever raise that amount of funds for our schools. The project will create hundreds of construction jobs, and as a construction worker for myself, as well as my husband, my family, and my friends need this to sustain their families. And it will create dozens of permanent jobs as well. My energy won't go up as a result of the project either, since Minnesota law protects the consumers. I support the passage of the development and tax abatement agreements for the Google Data Center in Hermantown. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And correct me if I get it wrong, Apelbacher, and on deck is Matt Baumgartner. Name and address, please.
Thank you. Chris Applebacher.
Okay.
You're pretty close. 4383 Sugar Maple Drive, Hermantown. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Chris Applebacher. I live in Hermantown for the past 3 years with my wife and daughter. Future Hawk, who will be starting kindergarten in a couple of years. I'm really excited about that. I'm here to express my support for approving the development agreement and the tax abatement agreement for the Hermantown Data Center. I've taken the time to review the proposed agreements and along with the prior permit applications and supporting material. Based on that review, the plans appear thoughtful and robust, and I believe Hermantown's approval process is being followed as intended. I believe these agreements provide structure and guidance needed to make this a successful and beneficial project that gives back to our kids, invests in the public infrastructure, and strengthens our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Matt Baumgartner here or had to leave? Next is David Lislegard, and on deck is Roger Anderson.
Dave Lislegard, Aurora, Minnesota, and I'm here on behalf of Jobs for Minnesotans, but as a former counselor and a mayor where you guys are currently sitting, and a former state representative and chair of the property taxes, I want to congratulate you. I have never seen or heard of a deal this good coming to a community. As I speak with people all over our region, from school districts to communities and other counties, they're all cutting. It's like you guys got the golden ticket for your community. It truly is incredible. I did the math. You have about 5,500 taxpayers in your community. Currently, for those parcels, it's about $43,000. So you're netting right now for each taxpayer $8 a year. After all the abatement and what they're going to pay in taxes, the 5,500 taxpayers, it's $460. You guys are going to be flourishing while everyone else is struggling. I just want to congratulate you. I want to congratulate your staff for your hard work. I want to thank Google for coming here and making that investment. I want to thank Minnesota Power for doing the due diligence. I'll leave you with this. I'm down at the Capitol an awful lot. And there's a lot of environmental colleagues, former colleagues of mine. And when I was telling them about this project, do you know what they told me? Out of all of them, Dave, Google's the best. Let's get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Roger Anderson, and after that is Emma Rickman.
It would have been nice if somebody told me who I was talking to afterwards, after following him. But anyway, I didn't make many notes and I didn't prepare anything.
Start with name and address, please.
Roger Anderson, live at 6,000 South Pike Lake Road in Pike Lake, Minnesota, just up this road here. As I've been listening to this going on and stuff, it reminds me so much of the Duluth paper mill. At the time, there was a sign in Duluth, the last one out of Duluth, turn off the lights. And John Fita was there and he negotiated a project with Minnesota Power and Pentair, and they built the Lake Superior Paper Company. At that time, that was 45 years ago, and that was a $550 million project. We built it in 2 years. And I look around the table here, the counselors and the support staff and everybody here, and after that paper mill was built, just on that $550 million, all of us were employed probably for another 8 years doing projects that money spinoff kept employing everybody and just multiplied. And you've seen what happened to Duluth for the period after that. This project is a mega project compared to that. And when you think about the impact it's going to have community-wide, it's a no-brainer. And I'm going to stick around because I want to hear what the opposition has to say, what's against it. I just can't imagine what it would be after hearing the presentation tonight. And so I'm curious about that. 10 years ago, the other thing that I find kind of ironic, about 10 years ago, maybe it was 5, time goes by fast, we constructed a data center behind United Healthcare System on Rice Lake Road. And I haven't seen, I think everybody's still living today, as far as I know. And I don't understand what the backup is on that whole thing, but we built it. I've never heard anything about it since we built it, and it's still running today. But this is an opportunity of a generation. And please don't pass it up. Please vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Emma Rickman, and we have a Candy Garrison ceding her time to Emma. Is Candy here to just raise her hand? Thank you. Name and address, please.
Emma Rickman, 5215 Chris Drive. I am not paid to be here. It is not my job to be here. I am here because I'm a concerned resident. This is my home. Do not take that lightly. Counselors, you hold,
Sorry, we have a technical issue here.
okay. Counselors, you hold the fate of our city, its residents, its neighbors in your hand. You five wield an enormous amount of power in this moment. How you will utilize that power is up to you. We, the people, have been stripped of our power. Tonight, you have the opportunity to prove democracy still exists in our small town. The people who elected you, show them that they have been seen and heard from. From where I am standing, tonight's vote will make or break our community. Allowing this to move forward is the proverbial final nail in the coffin, and you will seal our fate to Google. I urge you 5 members of City Council to vote no or table the decision of the agreements here tonight, especially given that Stop the Hermantown Data Center served a complaint of 9 counts to the city of Hermantown, alleging that the city has violated numerous state laws in its clandestine pursuit of the Google hyperscale data center development. These agreements are predicated on the 2045 comprehensive plan, which is currently under litigation regarding spot zoning and improperly changing the zoning with no regard for the Adolph area small neighborhood plan. The complaint demands that the 2045 comprehensive plan be vacated, therefore nullifying any previous land use decisions, rezoning, and urban service boundary expansion. Moreover, the complaint alleges that signing of NDAs by John Mulder and Joe Wickland with the developer without any approval of council violates state law and city code, circumventing the Data Practices Act and open meeting laws. The project was developed over years of clandestine efforts by the city to secure a project without public knowledge, input, or adequate environmental assessment. The public has a right to know what is happening in their backyard. Trade secrets can take a hike. Why are we here tonight? How is this resolution, these tax abatements, the development agreement, even able to move forward when the environmental review is incomplete? All I have heard the council say is this project, this project, this project. Where are the specifics of this project? We don't even have the specifics of an environmental review. How can you ethically make a decision on this project when you don't even have a site plan? The details tonight provided in Liz's slide was the first I have seen with anything about site details, and I have spent a nauseating amount of time devoted to this. According to the EQB guide to the Minnesota environmental rules, governmental units must have the information in mind when they make their actions about the project. To issue permits or approvals before the information is available undermines the very purpose of the review. That is the reason why all decisions approving the project or parts of the project are prohibited until the review has been completed. The statute and rule prohibit final decisions granting permits or other approval, with final meaning not to be altered or undone. The development agreement is a binding contract. How much more final can that get? Perhaps I have misinterpreted this, or maybe it's the RGU's discretion as to how to interpret the state statute and rules. However, the city's actions completely disregard the spirit of the law. Are you going to allow them to do this? How do we know what we don't yet know? How can we make decisions with incomplete information? This is a neighborhood. People young and old live here. This is rural residential. You can spot zone all you like, but it does not negate the fact that people will live in the shadow of this monstrosity. It comes with real, factual, and documented risk. At what point does a construction become long enough to justify zoning considerations? It's temporary, but we expect people to tolerate construction. But 8 to 10 years, you would never put heavy industrial next to residents. The development agreement states the project will allow for the construction of public infrastructure improvements that would otherwise be beneficial to the city, its residents, and the residents of the surrounding area. We did not ask for this. We maintain that this location is inappropriate for this massive industrial project, and the city and the company may wish to proceed, but your residents do not. Additionally, the company, as part of the project, will employ a workforce of employees. Yes. But there are zero assurances that this will be local employment. Where are those assurances? Exhibit D, the special use permit. It's a blank page. Again, prove to me that you do not have a rubber stamp or that this is a foregone conclusion. How can you possibly make a decision when you don't have all the information on this project? Article 3 and 4, Google gets whatever Google wants. Additional needs may seek access protocols, including the possible need for. Where are the restrictions? Nothing specific, generalities, and an unvetted list of ambiguous demands. City staff, you acknowledge the ability to deliver water and wastewater services that is essential to the uninterrupted operation of the project day and night. So, hey, let's agree to raw water, groundwater, or direct discharge. Does this mean that you can drill wells to fill your data center prior to the infrastructure upgrades reaching your location? City staff, you acknowledge that the project will evolve. Why on earth is industrial wastewater and water even remotely being given in a space that this project is proposed in rural residential areas that's environmentally sensitive with private wells and protected trout streams?
30
Not enough time.
30 seconds. Can't. You can only cede 1 3-minute time period to a speaker, so we can only go 6 minutes. Sorry.
Google says this information is confidential and may endanger its competitiveness. Well, what endangers us residents? Google does not vote for you, we do. Find the off-ramp right here, right now, tonight. This is not in the best interest of your community. Do not default to the expertise of city staff that is simply flawed and self-serving. Please do your power to do things for us. Vote no. And if you do not have the moral integrity to do so, please table.
Thank you. I do want to point out that if a speaker has 3 minutes and received another 3 minutes from someone else, they can't go for a third 3 minutes. That's part of our written rules. Next is Don Lapointe, who is also getting 3 minutes from Paul Fish. And after that is Nicole Karnowski. Name and address, please.
Hi, Dawn Lapointe, 4731 Portland Road in Hermantown. Good evening, Mayor and councilors. The development agreement and tax abatement agreement have been a lot to digest over the 7 business days we were given to review it, but that may be part of the strategy. My comments are based on the numbers and details we were provided last week. If they are no longer valid, we would appreciate an explanation of the shifting details. We also heard the Google rep share additional details, descriptions, and numbers that aren't included in the binding agreements we're reviewing. As a reminder, we must not rely on implied good faith or voluntary goodwill to bridge the substantial gaps in these agreements. The city can only enforce what is explicitly documented. First and foremost, this massive industrial project is inappropriate in this location. It does not align with Hermantown's long-term interests and should be canceled. While you ponder that option, I'll share some grave concerns we have about these agreements with Harmony Group, better known as Google. If you're unable to adequately address these concerns during the meeting, the City Council should table the decision, especially given the ongoing litigation Emma outlined. If the city approves these agreements before the environmental review for the project is complete, that would fail to comply with Minnesota Rules 4410.3100 subparts 1 and 2. These rules apply to the AUAR process in progress for the data center per Minnesota Rules 4410.3610 subpart 2B. Approval of these agreements would prejudice the ultimate decision on the proposed data center, along with the water utility and road improvements described in the development agreement, because it would predetermine the location and other project design aspects of the data center and the specific location and project design of the water utility and road improvements. The environmental review process is supposed to allow for alternative sightings, technologies, and project designs to be considered, along with the option of no action. And the water utility and road improvement projects are connected actions to the data center project under the Minnesota Environmental Policy Act, and the environmental review needs to address all of these together. Per Minnesota state statute, cities can abate up to 15 years. Tonight, we were told that the school has declined an abatement, which increases the city's limit to 20 years. Since those abatements would also affect Hermantown residents, understanding the total value of abatements to Google is important. The City Council should ensure it is making informed decisions in totality, not in a vacuum, and the city should be negotiating the best terms for Hermantown using all pieces of information. The city revenue from this project is estimated to be $448,000 per year at full build-out. By the city's analysis, this equates to a $2.5 million per year discount on city property taxes alone. In 2024, the net tax capacity of Hermantown was a little more than $20.2 million. What tax-based projections would allow a tax abatement of $4 million a year for a single company? And more importantly, why would Hermantown offer to give back our most valuable revenue resource, property taxes, for a project like this? How can this project unlock potential value? We understand the $130 million infrastructure extension, but how will the project generate an estimated $4 million a year in potential added value? To do so at a 0.5% city tax rate, there would need to be $800 million of new development, equivalent to 177 Bass Pro Shops. We don't believe there is sufficient real estate in the city of Hermantown to build the equivalent of 177 new Bass Pro Shops, especially near the proposed infrastructure extension, nor do we think residents want that type of change. The reality is hyperscale data centers do not attract diverse economic development, but they do attract additional data center developments and lots of them. What is the long-term development plan for the southwest corner of Hermantown? Hermantown residents have not expressed a desire to sacrifice rural Hermantown in favor of hyperscale data centers or other industrial projects. Using the tax abatement cap to devote 7% of the state allowed 10% to one company for 20+ years would constrain future economic development and limit the city's options to attract businesses that employ more than 2.5 people per acre. The only other sector that employs fewer individuals per acre than data centers is farming. It's financially risky and irresponsible to place all of one's eggs in one basket, especially for a small community. What financial risk mitigation strategies has the city studied or modeled that focus on the disappearance of the end user, a real risk given the continual reinventing of the market, in particular the newly released Google Gemma? The terms of these types of deals have rapidly evolved in the past 6 to 9 months, and the terms of these two agreements are quite outdated for the current market. For comparison, see Microsoft's Building Community First AI infrastructure plan from January, in which Microsoft announced it will set a high bar by not requiring tax abatement agreements, among other points detailed in its plan. And a Minnesota data center company named Oppidan signed a deal with Beaver Dam, Wisconsin that refuses tax abatement and pays the city $6.5 million for infrastructure. Will Google follow Oppidan's and Microsoft's lead and decline abatements and do more for communities it chooses to impact?
30 seconds.
The exemption from sales tax on its own is ridiculously generous to a tech giant. As currently drafted, the agreements are disproportionately favorable to Google's interests and lack equitable terms and lack adequate mechanisms for oversight or enforcement. Perhaps it's time for Google to stop taking advantage of small cities and towns. We urge the City Council to address our concerns tonight, or vote no on the agreements, or table it for further discussion. The public has a right to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Nicole Karnowski, and following that is on deck is Rachel Johnson.
Thank you.
Name and address, please.
Nicole Karnowski, 5907 Kent Road, Duluth, Minnesota. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and community members. As I said, my name is Nikki Karnowski. I'm a business owner in the area the last 11 years in our community, and I've had the privilege of serving on the Hermantown Area Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors for the past 6 years. We champion being pro-business. I care deeply about our community and the businesses who are trying to grow here and the kind of future we're trying to create for the next generation. That's why I'm speaking tonight in support of the proposed data center project. When a project of this size comes into a community, it's normal for people to have questions. In fact, I think questions are healthy. Conversations are good, and they bring clarity. It helps us separate fear from fact, and it gives us a chance to make wise decisions together. I'll be honest, when I first heard about the data center, I wasn't sure what to think, and I had questions too. But after listening to the many experts, learning more about the projects, being able to meet with Liz and a lot of on the Google team and understand the safeguards that are in place, I feel confident this is a strong opportunity for Hermantown and the Northland. As Dave also mentioned, they are the gold standard for data centers. This project represents investment, it represents jobs, opportunity for local contractors, tradespeople, suppliers, service businesses, restaurants, hotels, and many of the businesses we get to work with every day. I believe we need to be careful not to reject opportunities simply because it feels new or unfamiliar. My ask tonight is simple: for those who are opposed, to stay open-minded long enough to fully learn the facts before making a decision, Change is rarely comfortable, but every thriving community has to decide at some point whether it would protect only what is known or prepare what could help it grow. I believe Hermantown can do both. We can ask good questions, protect our people, and say yes to responsible growth. I ask you to vote yes on the data center. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Rachel Johnson, and on deck is Mickey Pearson.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors, City staff, and neighbors. My name is Rachel Johnson, and I serve as the President and CEO of APEX, the Area Partnership for Economic Expansion. And I want to first thank you for your service as City Councilors and the care and concern that you've been taking to make these decisions that impact our future. And I am here because it is my job. And serving the region of Northeast Minnesota and Northwest Wisconsin, I focus on attracting and retaining sustainable business for our region. And I seek to understand the opportunities and also the risks. And I want our community to thrive. And I believe that Google Data Center would be a positive contributor to the community. So I want to dissect the 4 main points of this agreement and how it's been structured to benefit your constituents: schools, jobs, infrastructure, and tax base. Schools. More than $40 million in new predictable funding for Hermantown schools over the next 28 years. $850,000 a year, every year, growing over time. And as referenced earlier, last year the school district had to cut $750,000 from its budget. The Google Data Center agreement covers those costs and goes beyond every single year for an entire career of a child who is entering kindergarten today. Jobs. Hundreds of skilled construction jobs, contractors, vendors, all will be working during this build out. And then the family supporting permanent positions that pay well above the county average wage once the campus is operating. These are jobs that empower young families to buy a house here, to stay here, to raise their kids here in your schools, and to keep the enrollment numbers at your school that the district depends on. Infrastructure. Roads, water, sewer, paid for by Google rather than Hermantown taxpayers. This is public infrastructure that is otherwise inaccessible to your community, unlocking even more opportunity to diversify the regional economy with new employers. Tax base. New annual revenue for the city, a more diverse, more resilient tax base that does not rest on the shoulders of the residential homeowners alone. This agreement is not a handout. This is a way for Google's money to flow directly into the things that we care about. Stronger public schools, more jobs, critical modern infrastructure. Google is a new business that will pay taxes and lessen the burden on residents in the community. This will be a generational opportunity that's actually responsive to our community needs. As an economic development professional, Google is choosing Hermantown for its 33rd data center community. Would be a wonderful idea and a great deal for our community. And I hope that you make that decision. Thank you.
Next is Mickey Pearson. And after that on deck, I have 2 names, Sandy and Dan Grand Mason. Would you 2 be speaking together? Do you want to be separately on the list? Or are you even here? Okay, well, let's go with Mickey. Name and address, please.
Yeah, my name is Mickey Pearson. I live in Duluth. Mayor Boucher, council members, city staff, neighbors. I'm Mickey Pearson. I work for Apex. I'm a business recruiter, and I want to talk tonight about what the development agreement with Google represents, because the conversation is too often focused on what the city might be giving up, and not enough on what Hermantown, our region, and our state stand to gain. You built a development agreement with hard edges, with tangible, immediate benefits to your citizens and your neighbors, an $80 million cap on the abatement, a rebate that only flows on new additional taxes, performance tied to family supporting wages, direct funding to your public schools, and Google pays for the roads, the water, and the sewer the area needs, not Hermantown residents and businesses. And yet many are going to conflate what Google is proposing here with horror stories, cherry-picked from very different projects in very different communities. To ignore those distinct differences in the facts of this project does a disservice to the community and devalues the hard work of all the parties working to develop a project that would actually fit our local, regional, and statewide values. When opponents talk about ending this project, they're not just talking about the choice to block development on a specific parcel of land, nor are they talking about any alternative plan for funding the things we claim to value. They're talking about stopping clean energy build-out, no ratepayer benefits, no support for public schools, no union jobs, no tax relief for individual homeowners, no change from the status quo, and no way to actually discuss the totality of a project honestly. Our communities are aging, and we seem unwilling to acknowledge that our short-term choices limit our ability to solve long-term problems. There is no perfect public process that engages every citizen fully, nor development without trade-offs, but your ongoing work towards both is appreciated. The development agreement represents an enormous opportunity to direct Google's money into your community in substantial, meaningful ways that benefit us all, whether we live here or not. Each of you is a citizen who raised their hand for public service. You are considering a generational opportunity, as many have said, here in Hermantown that affects all of us in our region. Thank you for your dedication to getting it right, and thanks for your service.
Thank you. Is Sandy or Dan Grand Mason here? No one coming from the other room. We'll move on to Tom Hunnicky, and on deck would be Jackie Dolans. Tom? No Tom. Jackie Dolans, and Jackie has 3 minutes donated by Kathy Kohlmeyer.
Hello, good evening. Wake up. My name is Jackie Dolans, 5842 Old Highway 2, Hermantown. Can I just say I came here with a plan and then it changed drastically after listening to some of the presentations. As you can see, I spent about 9 hours on Sunday going through information and writing my speech, some of which you saw when I emailed you last night. So I'm kind of piecemealing this, so forgive me for being a little discombobulated. I've already lost page 1. Thank you for the time to speak today. I am standing before you to say no to the tax abatement and the developer agreement. No part of my statement should be interpreted as support for the build of the Hermantown Hyperscale Data Center. For the development agreement, the early drafts of the development agreement dated back to September of 2025. This means the city has had at least 8 months to work on the agreement. The citizens of Hermantown and you as the city council have had 12 days. It sounds like you have lots of questions. I know we certainly do. As an introvert, I take time to process information. So it's been frustrating to come here tonight after listening and watching the work session meeting that was last week and having some of the numbers and the data be different than what was presented previously. For example, in tonight's packet, Mr. Hagan's presentation from Ellers, from what I could see, isn't in there. Mr. Ronchetti had several additional slides that weren't in the packet online, and Ms. Schwab's presentation for Google was not available either. All had information that would have been very useful to me to give me time to say something thoughtfully and accurately. I have a quick question about the $448,000 in new revenue that I keep hearing about. On a couple of the different slides, it talked about how the existing property taxes we collect from that area is $28,000, and that was lumped into the $448,000 from what I could tell. So it sounds like, or appears like, it's $420,000 in new revenue, not $448,000, if I'm understanding it correctly. I just want to mention that I attended the City Council's work session in March
During this meeting, Eilers presented a projected 10-year financial plan beginning in 2027 based on the input it had received from city management. The 10-year budget projection was described as a wish list, and then if you could have anything you wanted over a 10-year period, what would that look like? Included in the kitchen sink projections for the 10-year budget were an additional hire of 7 new full-time positions at about roughly $150,000 in wages and benefits, equaling about $1 million in additional payroll expenses. It's estimated that the additional taxes being collected by the city as the result of the data center is going to be an additional $420,000 or $448,000 a year. Where exactly is the difference between the $1 million and the $420,000 or $448,000 going to come from? To your credit, the city councilors at the meeting did push back and say they wanted the levy amount limited to the increase in existing tax base, estimated to be about 5%, but no guarantee. This would be a net zero increase in the levy. This would not negate the level of property taxes current citizens are currently paying. If the city really needs 7 additional positions, why on earth would you abate up to $4 million annually back to Google for 20 years? Page 9. On one of the photos that Google presented tonight on one of the slides, it talked about $80 million in revenue over 28 years, $29 million for the school district, $42.7 million for the school foundation, unrestricted community betterment payments, and then $12 million or a little bit less for the city of Hermantown. The school district is going to get tens of millions of dollars and they're not abating 1 penny. Oh, for God's sakes. Hermantown is not going to fade away if the data center doesn't come. Google has selected this site. They should pay for the infrastructure they need. They're a multi-trillion-dollar company. I'm not afraid of change. I'm against inappropriate change. This data center is going to a completely residential area other than the substation. This is not NIMBY. It's upsetting to hear that money is more important than my family and my neighbors and my home. We would like to be able to attract actual economic development through a transparent process to the proposed technology park, not a rural residential zone that employs people, not servers, and has an actual benefit to the community. To sum up, no tax abatements, period. Let's be like the school district. Google wants the southwest corner, they can pay for it. Find a more appropriate location, not a residential wooded area surrounded by family, animals, wildlife, and protected rivers and streams. Listen to the residents who have been here week after week, month after month, not folks that have been here for 2 meetings.
Thirty seconds, Jackie.
I got one more thing. Please vote no on the agreements, oh, for heaven's sakes, or at the very least, table. We need more thoughtful conversation. There's a lot of empty holes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Allison Hafton, and on deck is Todd Pelkey.
Hi, my name is Allison Hafton. I live at 5971 St. Louis River Road in Proctor. I just want to be clear on a few things. I am not against jobs. We all need one. And I cannot deny that the payments to the school are alluring. I also want to be clear that I am a resident near the data center proposed site that stands to be directly impacted next to it. I have a rural home on wooded acres. I don't want a data center next to my home. I am against where it is currently sited, given that location. I, like Jackie, am kind of going to react to some of the comments that were made here today. Particularly Mr. Ronchetti saying he's bringing this forward because they heard our ask for transparency. I echo Jackie's thoughts of 12 days that we've had to read, digest, and analyze the agreement is not transparency. That's just checking a box. Also, I want to speak that Google, since we're talking all kinds of dollars and figures here tonight, 4.59 trillion with a T net worth in today's present value. Do you know what an $80 million tax abatement is to Google? Pocket lint. It's nothing. 0.0007% of their net worth. They don't care about $80 million in abatement. It's not necessary to attract them here. I do want to commend Councilors LeBlanc and Geisler for asking very thoughtful questions about the potential risks they see if they approve the agreements and the resolution as presented tonight. There are disagreements in what was presented in the agreements and the resolution. There's a legal concern as brought up. I think it's a risk for Hermantown to approve it. I want to speak more about some of those risks, and I'm sorry my time is running short. There are some gaps. You have all gotten it in an email already. Some risks that I think need to be beefed up in the agreement to protect Hermantown residents. There needs to be a decommissioning bond in it, something that requires the proposer to clean up the site if they abandon it. There needs to be Superfund contamination liability if it's discovered at the site when groundwork begins. Water consumption caps, the 50,000 gallons. We've heard that a lot today. There's an item in the development agreement about may allow for ground wells and such. That's a risk. That's a real concern for me, having a nearby well in the area that has very high water table. I guess what I'll leave you with too is I feel that the development agreement and the tax agreement are very one-sided. It's putting Hermantown at risk. There's no financial fines if the developer fails to perform. However, if Hermantown fails to perform, there is financial fines and impacts.
Sorry.
So I ask you to table it. Thank you.
Okay. Are you signed up, sir? Okay. Next, we have Todd Pelkey, and after that is Rick Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff. I'd like to commend you on the great job you guys done.
Name and address. Name and address,
Oh,
please.
you want to know where I live? You know where I live.
What? Please start out with that for the recording.
Todd Pelkey, 3609 Midway Road, Hermantown, Minnesota.
Thank you.
Resident here for 30 years. I lived down in the Adolph area for 30 years. I know the area well. This is an ideal place for this to be built. There's commercial trains going through all day. It's a high traffic highway going through there. I wouldn't call it a neighborhood, but I would like a lot of little kids going out there playing. It's an ideal place for it to grow. As far as the union jobs it's going to create and bring more in, the unions run programs to teach new kids in the union and younger growth. So you're going to get more people into the union with their programs that they run. It's just going to grow the environment of good working people in the community. I think it's a win-win for the city of Hermantown. They're going to help out the unions, the community. I think you need to green light this project, and I think you need to do that tonight and fight the battles as they come. Don't keep kicking the can down the road. You need to get this project going and be done with all the theatrical aspects of it. That's it.
Thank you. Is Rick Davis here? Okay. Now, after Rick is Owen Lyons.
Danny Flynn is conceding his time to me,
Um,
right back there.
Is he signed up anywhere? Okay. Okay. Got it. So you'll have 6 minutes.
Okay, my name is Rick Davis. I have lived in Hermantown for 70 years. My parents moved here 90 years
Name
ago.
your address, please.
3915 Lindahl Road,
Thank you.
Hermantown, Minnesota. And my parents moved here 90 years ago, raised 13 children here. I love Hermantown. I believe you are all doing what's best for Hermantown. I know all the people on the city works. You know, I live on a gravel road. They're great people. I love where I am. The police department has been to my home way too many times. I know every one of them out there, but I love them. And I've told them that. And I'm going to give money to their Christmas party. I already told them. Because they always treat me with respect and I've never had to go to jail. So, but, and if I was running a company, I would hire you. What a deal. I mean, in this Google, what a deal. The deal you have is so awesome. I mean, and I'm serious. I'm against the data center, but the deal is one of the best deals I've ever seen. It's good for everybody. And I would be on your side. There's one thing I got against it is location. It's about location, location. We got all kinds of great, go along Highway 53, there's vacant land. You got water. I worked construction for 50 years. I've worked on the biggest projects in Duluth, St. Louis County Jail. Some of them with Roger Anderson there, who's got the most expensive home in St. Louis County. On Pike Lake, the Auto Club. I guess it's really good there. I've never been there. Yeah, okay. Well, you were too mean to me when I was working with you. Yeah, you were. And well, anyways, back to business.
Thank you.
So, I mean, yeah, I mean, what a deal, but it's all about location, location. And I have mixed feelings. My neighbor, who I love, was here, his daughter, and right across the street, and I'm putting up a sign, and now I didn't know where they stood now. And all these people, I'm a 50-year union member, 100% union all the way. And my union business agent, the best one in the state of Minnesota, was here. I said, you're going to hate me. You know, I'm going to be against you. But if you had a different location on Highway 53, I'd be fighting for you, you know, and they're building one or two a week. So maybe we can start working on another one, right? Isn't that true? But the bad thing about Google, I found out from Google.
Rick,
I didn't know how.
Rick, could you please address the council?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
But don't they count?
No.
You can hear.
You're speaking to us.
Okay, I'll go back and forth. Is that okay?
No, you're here to address the council.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I apologize. But she's a lot better looking than me.
I'll give you that.
Anyways, and she really put on a good, I've never been here before. I was torn. I like to stay in the background, but I just feel it's too important. And I didn't know where to stand. I go on facts, try to get as much information. And the bad things I hear about the data center, I got from Miss Google, because I Googled everything and I don't even have a computer, but I learned a lot. And according to Google, this is a mega data center. Most of them are built along major highways, freeways, and industrial parks, which this one isn't. And then what else does it say? The way of the building, and I hate to say it because nobody mentioned it, and I know you were talking about the electricity, but I Googled all this and it was on Google where they build the data centers, electric bills have doubled and tripled. Now, I mean, she's going to have to work with Google and change, but I got it from Google. I'm not making any, if you Google it, it'll pop up. And then the water bills increase. I got my own well. And then noise pollution. Now, I heard you say that you go with the state regulations, but they said the noise pollution is terrible. And then I'll go on. What else and here's another thing I just found out that's really bad. I wish it didn't happen. But they said these mega data centers, and I got this from Google, they raised the average temperature around, did you know this, around the data center? From 3.6 degrees to 16.4 degrees. And that temperature, according to Google, will reach as far as 6.2 miles away. And what really concerns me about this is that you put it right between two trout streams. If you remember, I said I lived here 70 years, and I fished those trout streams, and they have a lot of trout.
30 seconds, Rick.
No, I got an extra 3 minutes.
That's with the extra 3 minutes.
You're kidding. Okay. Well, anyways, it heats everything up and it'll destroy the fish, kill the fish. And me and Roger will talk about this stuff later. But so I timed myself and I thought I had a lot of time.
Thank you. Next is Owen Lyons, and on deck is Rebecca Grandorf.
I'm Owen Lyons, 5143 West Arrowhead Road.
Thank you.
There's a few things, lots of questions. Is it 500 construction jobs? 15, 2,000? There is no way, if you do a weekly schedule with the trades, the different trades working at different times, that you are going to have a couple hundred on that site per day. I can see 5,000 over the period of 10 years. Different construction workers. To the people that are here with the green shirts on, how many of you are paid? How many of you are paid to do things like this? I believe you should listen to us, the taxpayers of Hermantown and adjoining Midway and Solway townships. They don't even live here. And by the way, I'm union, third generation union. My grandfather started the Carpenters Union in Duluth, was one of them. I can see a lot of problems here. Water consumption. Are they paying the same rates that I am? You're going to be damaging with these pond drainage. There's no way that those ponds are going to, in the winter months, tundra, frozen tundras, none of it is pervious. Where's the storm sewer? I talked to other city planners, engineers. I'm related to some. And there's no way that that should be built without storm sewer. You just had a plan tonight on a road right over here. Storm sewer. Why wouldn't a mall, the parking lot the size of a damn mall, why wouldn't it have storm sewer? Now, Rick talked about Miller Trunk Highway. I went down there the other day. I counted 8 sites. 4 of them are on the power line. They have city water, city sewer.
30 seconds, Owen. 30 seconds.
If I was Mrs. and Mrs. Google, I'd be firing some purchasers of land. That is not the right site. You have designated trout streams there. Without a storm sewer, it can't be done. Those fish will be gone. Some of the tax money, I believe, should be put in an irrevocable trust for people's houses that are going to depreciate maximally. And
time's up.
And what I figure is sooner or later you're going to pollute them wells with these ponds, filter ponds. They only take out particulates. They do not take out any chemical. I can show you. That's from swimming in a lake that's protected by a pond. It's full of mercury. I didn't know that. I was swimming in it for 2 weeks. It's called skin cancer. So, you people on this board, mayor, city council, city administration, tonight, I would at least put a hold on this, however you call it. There's a lot of questions to be answered. I believe that your environmental impact statement is not good enough. I realize there's a lot of money here, but Hermantown doesn't want to be the city of the almighty dollar. You want to protect your citizens and its residents and adjoining residents. I'm actually kind of surprised that there hasn't been any lawsuits already by the landowners, because they have depreciated already just by zoning it what you did, not even including the data center. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Grundorf, and on deck is Sarah Lofald.
Can I request that you not interrupt me? Is it just the alarm, please?
Name and address, please.
Rebecca Gramdorf, 4198 Solway Road. The development agreement is something that you could use to create binding commitments from Google, and as such, it should not be finalized until after the environmental review has been completed. When you guys started the environmental review process, we got a lecture from Chad Branchetti about the benefits of the AUAR and how you could create a mitigation plan that is legally binding that Google would have to follow. This is an opportunity to put stuff into that mitigation plan, this development agreement. And by signing it now, before you've even finished the AUAR process, you are giving up that opportunity to learn from what is brought up forward in the environmental review and put it into the mitigation plan. I find that irresponsible, and I think you guys, at a very minimum, should table this. Some things that I'm worried about that I see in the development agreement specifically are section 4.17, alternative water and sewer sources. We heard multiple times from people up here, as well from Google itself, that you are not using water to cool the data center. Yet there is something that says in 4.17 that the company may seek the implementation of alternative water sources and alternative wastewater sources for the project, provided that any such alternative surface water sources and alternative wastewater services must comply with applicable rules, et cetera, et cetera. Why on earth do they need that carved out if they've said that they're not going to be using water for cooling? I'm worried that we're going to end up with a water pipeline down Midway Road that compromises my neighborhood and brings potential development to my rural neighborhood where I farm and do not want to be on city water because I'm a farmer and don't want to have city water. And then yet besides, we're going to end up having our groundwater drilled and the aquifer depleted. That I could see both things happening because of what is written in this development agreement. It also talks about in 419 that there might need to be, that the project might evolve and there might eventually need to be industrial wastewater. Again, if they are not using water to cool the facility, why would they need industrial wastewater? These are questions you guys should be asking. It shouldn't be in the development agreement. You shouldn't be signing it before it's gone through the environmental review process. And this could be a chance for you to put real legally binding things into your mitigation plan. If you stop this process now, do the environmental review process and figure out what are the actual environmental risks and make sure that you're writing a robust plan that protects your constituents, protects the environment, and does an actually good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sarah Lofald, followed by Richard Hilton. We have two people down the list here that are ceding their time, but it doesn't say who they're ceding them to. Who are you? Where are you? Carol, and you're ceding yours to Sarah? And who is Roberta? Who are you ceding yours to? Thank you. Thank you. Name and address, please.
All right, my name is Sarah Lofald and I live at 5502 Hermantown Road. First and foremost, I want to insist that the City Council vote against the development agreement and tax abatement agreement with Google. And if you can find it in your conscience to vote against it, then at least table this decision. Not only are you and the public not fully informed as to the actual contents of the development agreement, but you have also proven to not be ready to make this decision. As Ronchetti himself said, the exhibits in the development agreement are out of date, meaning the development agreement you were presented and posted on the city website for public transparency does not reflect the actual project. This is the first time citizens have been made aware of potential utility extensions through Arrowhead and Lindahl roads. It is very unlikely that any residents of these areas have been informed of possible easements to their properties or that possible assessments could arise due to utility extensions in their area. They deserve to know this before any agreement is signed. As City Attorney Johnson mentioned, this is a complex project with ongoing litigation. He also did not give an answer to Councilor Geisler's question regarding the possibility of opening the city to another lawsuit if the development agreement is approved tonight. Johnson expertly avoided responding with anything of value to confirm or deny Geisler's concern. By your own admission in the pre-agenda meeting, it feels as if the council is bulldozing ahead with this development agreement. To remind you, the city of Hermantown is in the middle of litigation regarding this hyperscale data center project. Multiple, in fact. One of the lawsuits is regarding the use of an AUAR as an environmental assessment for this property. While this litigation is ongoing and the new proposed AUAR is still making its way through the beginning phases of public comment and scoping, it really doesn't seem like approving an incomplete and inaccurate development agreement is in the city's, or especially the residents' best interest. Another lawsuit was recently served to the city as a complaint just last week by SHDC regarding spot zoning and actions surrounding the 2045 comprehensive plan and rezoning of the Adolph area. Part 2.3 of the development agreement claims that the project fits the area zoning. Considering this new complaint, I do not believe the city can, in good conscience, claim that this project fits zoning. You failed to mention why the utilities are being extended into Adolph. It is for the sole use and advantage of this hyperscale Google data center. The citizens of these areas have not indicated a want or need for city water or sewer. In fact, the Adolph Neighborhood Small Area Plan from 2015 and the Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee explicitly said they wanted their area to stay rural. And what is even more concerning, as revealed today at the pre-agenda meeting, is that the actual location of the water and sewer extensions are completely different than what was presented in the development agreement. The city asserts that this development and the extensions of utilities will attract other businesses to the area. To note again, these utilities will run through even more rural residential homes and neighborhoods. If one were to look at the area surrounding other data centers across the country, you would likely notice a clear and documented pattern. And that would be that the only businesses that seem to be attracted to data center development are other data center developments. Is your vision for the Adolph area or the Midway corridor this? The city has also stated that the tax abatement cap will not exceed 7% of the total tax capacity. That means that this single multi-trillion-dollar company will account for 70% of the total tax abatements the city can approve. It seems a bit like the city is limiting the abatements available to other economic development opportunities. So with this very important economic development tool being so limited for the next 28 years, what other projects with more than 2.5 jobs per acre will be dissuaded due to lack of public tax incentive? Part 1.5 of the development agreement has a section saying the project wouldn't happen without tax abatements. I wonder why Google's parent company, Alphabet, which is the second wealthiest company in the US, would need any tax abatement at all. In fact, both Google competitor Microsoft and small Minnesota company, I believe it's pronounced Opidem, have both either not required or refused tax abatements in the cities they are developing in, and even offered to pay still for the utility expansions. It seems like the Hermantown Development Agreement is rather outdated. There are claims that residents will have tax relief because of this hyperscale data center. This has not been discussed in the development agreement, tax abatement, in any of the presentations today, or in anything beyond hypothetical situations far into the future when the tax abatements expire, and when many of us in this room will no longer be here. It is important to note that the goal for data centers isn't large amounts of long-term jobs. In fact, year over year, tech companies, including Google, have cut jobs, stalled hiring, and conducted layoffs across the industry. Tech companies are pushing for expanded AI use to replace many of the jobs they claim to create. The aim is for a lights-out operation, which basically means that humans wouldn't be needed to run a data center. This doesn't sound like an employment-enriching environment. Citizens have maintained that this site is not an appropriate location for a data center. Many have suggested finding a better site with less environmental effect on wetlands and more public welcome. A place like a brownfield that is less likely to attract other types of development. And to finish, a more appropriate site would still mean union trade jobs and would still that would still be created for the construction period. So our friends in Greens sitting behind me would still benefit from those jobs, just at a more appropriate site.
Thank you.
I'm not against economic development. I'm against it in this site, as I've explained many times. So my question again.
Your time is up.
My question again, are you going to listen to your residents? Thank you.
Hi, name and address, please.
Richard Hilton.
6 minutes, Joe.
Richard Hilton, 5502 Hermantown Road.
Thank
Has a lot of facts. Thank you, special interest groups and all the people here in green for showing up and saying that we are providing misinformation. I've got some more facts for you here. So just to preface, I live about 1.5 miles away from the site. I'm an ICU nurse. I've studied, I've learned a lot in the last 6 months, hundreds, thousands of hours. The same focus and dedication that I give to saving my patients' lives, I'm giving that same focus and dedication to protecting my home, my neighbors, and my community. This is my free time, unpaid, although maybe I should be. I want to start by saying you're unprepared for this. You had questions about how tabling this works. If you didn't know, tabling it means that you put it aside and you look at it later and you wait for a later date to decide what to do with all this. If you put it to a yes or no vote, you either approve or deny it. And the fact that me as a resident who's just learned this in 6 months knows that, and you guys had trouble, I think shows a little bit of, yeah. Anyway, Google about being a good neighbor. One of the centers, one of the pictures up there was the Dells, Oregon. They just went through a lawsuit. The Oregonian, a newspaper, just got sued by the city because the city didn't want them to release water data. And they put them up for a lawsuit. Let me see, the city ended up eventually settling and released the data. And it was a 316% increase over what they had agreed upon. And so just that's, you can Google that, Dells, DELLS, in case you're interested. And and these half-truths are scattered everywhere. I'm going to go on about the abatement here. So I urge you to vote against the abatement and the development agreement. And if you can't find it in yourself to vote no, at least table it. So I've spent a lot of time learning about how all these tax abatement works, and I'm going to try to go through this quickly. But basically, Google pays 100% of the taxes. That is the first half-truth that they will tell you. They're paying 100% of those taxes. Those abatements those taxes get split, and it goes to the city, the county, the schools, and then you got your special taxing interests. And what happens is those taxes get split up. We take our part for our city. And if you're a citizen with a child and you're gaining from that school benefit, you're getting about $120 per resident per year, or $10 a month. That's what we're getting. We can spout those big numbers, those huge numbers. If you make $50,000 a year over 20 years, you've made $1 million. But we all know that's not how this works. We've still got infrastructure to pay. We've still got all the other things to pay. You can spout all these big numbers all you want. When you break it down, $120 per resident per year. I've got so much to write here, and I just don't have enough time. One of the other things I was going to bring up. So this yes, MN. It's also important for you guys to know that the Jobs for Minnesota, their vice president, or vice chair for Jobs for Minnesota is also the vice president of Regulatory and Legislative Affairs for Minnesota Power. So all those green shirts you're paid for, Minnesota Power is behind that too, and they definitely stand to benefit from a lot of what's they're going to get for in power and payments. So sorry, I'm anxious. I don't like standing up here. That's all I've got. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to do a point of personal privilege and take a 5-minute recess.
Motion? Motion? Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Next, we have Eric Abbott, and after that is Alan Dutray. Eric, are you here?
Might be coming from the other room.
Eric Abbott? Eric?
Here it comes.
Somebody's coming.
This is the
Okay.
wastewater.
Name and address, please.
Okay. Eric Enberg, 5425 Morris Thomas Road.
I've got ABBETT here.
What?
I've got a Eric Abbott, ABBETT.
Too many Erics. All right, I will hold my fire. All right.
Sorry. Is that Eric here? Does anybody know the person? Eric Abbott?
Those doors have to stay open. Yeah.
Those doors have to stay open. Okay, we'll move on to Alan Dutray. Alan? Alan Dutray? Okay, without Alan, then it is Rachel Johnson.
She already spoke. She already spoke.
She already spoke.
Maybe there's two Rachel Johnsons.
Okay,
There could be two Rachel Johnsons though. Maybe.
is it Don Romano?
Down here. No, Don.
Don Romano?
I think Zach's looking down the hallway. He's coming.
Okay. I see him.
Who's on deck, Wayne?
And on deck is Eric Enberg.
Thanks for your patience. Don Romano, 5555 St. Louis River Road, Hermantown. I'm here as a lifelong resident of Hermantown and current homeowner, less than 1 mile from this project. I'm adamantly against any tax abatements or other financial incentives for any company involved in this data center project. Google is a $1 trillion company. That alone should be a reason enough not to give them any financial support. They didn't become a $1 trillion company by being overly generous to local areas, and the reason they wave around money here is the same, the growth of their own bottom line. They plan to make a lot of money off of Hermantown and the surrounding area. We're just the first stop for this $1 trillion company as it seeks public money to further enhance its own bottom line. Hermantown has a long history of giving out tax breaks to businesses. The amount of retail and commercial property already in our city would be the envy of any other city the size of ours. With this in mind, how will these tax abatements help our current businesses and residents? What type of reduction, if any, will we see to our current property taxes? There's been a lot of condescending remarks made by local officials, including some of you seated before me, that tell us we just don't understand the great blessing that this will be for our area. We, the residents, are not idiots. This is a subsidy for Google, plain and simple. No amount of mental gymnastics will change that. You act as if we're supposed to be happy with tax abatements for Google up to $80 million. You all realize this infrastructure that they plan to pay for and then hand over is needed only by Google. Great for them, not for us. We, the residents, don't need this. I have a well and septic and have gotten by just fine. That presupposes this project doesn't ruin my well. This serves Google's best interest. Don't try to spin it like it's anything more than that. So here's a few suggestions going forward. How about benevolent Google just pays their taxes like they're supposed to? If they want to be generous, how about they give money to all schools in the area? This doesn't just affect people whose kids go to Hermantown. How about they pay for all the resident utility hookups on this new section of utilities? They should also put serious money into an escrow for any potential environmental or health effects down the road. How about make Google pay for these utility extensions, again, that they need, and pay for maintenance on those lines for the life of the facility? Instead, we, the taxpayer, get to pay maintenance for something only truly needed by Google. You could have, as the representatives of the city, negotiated any of these things and more.
30 seconds.
Instead, the city of Hermantown jealously guards the crumbs that have fallen from Lord Google's table like it's the deal of all deals. Finally, if we're giving out tax abatements to Google, why not give the same deal to residents and current businesses? I'll keep paying my taxes, you keep 15% plus some, and give me back 85%. Taxpayers were the ones who paid for everything utility-wise up until now. Why don't you give us the same sweetheart deal? Residents of Hermantown, many who have been here for generations, have paid in to finance all that Hermantown has. And more importantly, we the people, not corporations, are the ones that make this a great place to live. Truth is, we were here before Google and we'll be here after they leave. Start representing us. This is the city of Hermantown, not the city of Google.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Eric Enberg, and on deck is Tim Resberg.
I have returned.
The right Eric this time.
Eric Enberg, 5425 Morris Thomas Road. I have been, or have tried to be, an open-minded moderate on this issue. I have repeatedly tried to build bridges on this, but unfortunately, after reading it, this development agreement and tax abatement really does seem to have gone too far. First of all, the AI atmosphere is very unsettled right now. $400 billion were invested in the industry in 2025, $600 billion in 2026, but then there's a drop-off, down to $40 billion in 2027. The reason seems to be venture capital, which usually wants its money back and then some in about 3 to 5 years, is starting to run the clock. And this year, the clock starts to run out. Already the subsidized AI, which is coming to an end as AI companies start to charge the real unsubsidized cost of AI, is starting to impact the cost of AI. The main selling point of AI, of course, is that AI will basically unemploy everyone. However, NVIDIA VP for Applied Deep Learning, Brian Catanzaro, said just a week ago, this wasn't like months ago, just last week, quote, "For my team, the cost of compute is far beyond the cost of the employees." In other words, AI is a very shaky bet. The residents of Hermantown were promised big property tax relief because of this project. But now, with the abated tax revenue of $4 million per year, which we're basically going to be handing back to Google. If you divide that by 10,000 residents, that's $400 in potentially increased taxes because property taxes need to go up to fund city operations per man, woman, and child times 20 years. And let's face it, at 20 years, if you ask an IT specialist, they'll tell you after 20 years, that data center is junked out. Its guts have been changed out every 3 to 5 years. And after 20 years, they're onto something else. The utility upgrades, which will cost $130 million, is approximately 1/10 of 1% of Google's 2025 profit of $132 billion. The project, I'm afraid, has gotten kind of out of control. We should never expend 70% of our tax abatement capacity. That's the most powerful tool we have in order to bring in other businesses, a diversified business capacity.
30 seconds, Eric.
On a single project that's just not good economic strategy versus our economic peers. Therefore, I would recommend the council decline to sign this agreement. Retirees and young families should never be forced to subsidize a corporation making $132 billion in profits. If Google finds Hermantown so irresistible, it should pay for all utility improvements, and the city should negotiate for a community benefit package, which begins the Hermantown Heat District. Thank you.
Next, Tim Resberg, and after that is Jeff Rickman. Is there anyone signed up out there? Yes, no? How many? 8 there, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 here. So 20. At 3 minutes apiece, that's an hour. Go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Name and address.
My name is Tim Resberg, 3646 Midway Road. And I spent 40 years on construction as a union electrician from anywhere from houses to nuclear plants and a couple of data centers. Where they're going to be building this is in the lowlands and the water. They never brought up the digging and the blasting for the buildings. They told us at one time maybe a 50-foot high building, which is uncommon. And what's going to happen to the people's wells within a few miles that lowlands purifies the water that goes into the well. So when these people wake up in the surrounding areas because no water, when they send their kids to school or when they come home from work, there's no water. Who's going to pay for this? That's never been told to us by Google or anybody else. And then the property values of the people's homes are going to plummet. That we've been living here because we were told come in and live in Hermantown because it's a nice residential rural area. So people did. And now they're going to get blasted when their property value plummets. Nobody's going to take care of that. Google isn't going to take care of that. And how deep are these holding ponds that they're going to put in when they're putting up this place? This place, we've been told, was a light business by a council member, the size of the Adolf store, which it wasn't at all. And this so-called site, we were told it was a light business manufacturing and that, and now they're rezoning it to a light business from a residential rural zoning. Because a lot of people here, like in the building trades, people are talking about all the jobs they're going to get. They don't realize that it belongs in an industrial area where they can still go work. It doesn't belong in a residential area where it's going to hurt the surrounding people. Then we were told later that it was a light industrial.
30 seconds.
Which isn't true either. It's an industrial place. It should go. The Google billionaires only want to try to save themselves some money. They don't care about the taxpayers in Hermantown. And we got to start thinking about them first. They can go into an industrial place and Hermantown can still make money. And them billionaires, they're going to talk about their power. They can go away from the Arrowhead area there, and they can tap into any high voltage line that they want and produce their own little substation.
Sorry, time's up.
And thank you, Bob. And
Okay.
some of these construction people are saying that you gotta have it. It's fine and dandy. When they move it to an industrial area, yous will be able to be working there too. Put it in your own backyard if you want. Be afraid that you gotta walk out your door and make a living. Don't do it into the people and the taxpayers.
You're addressing the council and
Yeah. And that's what it should be. It should be start thinking about the people that are paying the taxes that are gonna lose out by putting it in a residential area that belongs in an industrial. Why you want to rezone it into a residential area in a rural area where people are gonna lose their fishing, their hunting, being able to grow their gardens and having a farm and that stuff. And back in 2015, I do believe it was voted upon that the Adolph area was to be kept in their historical designation and not being changed. And now, after people did that, they're trying to change it into an industrial site. And all the historical, you walk out that door out there and go that glass area where all the homesteaders came and settled in the Adolph and the Hermantown area from the 1800s. There's names in there and that. My grandparents' names are there. And we want to keep it in that. And keep it in where it's supposed to be as a residential rural area, not an industrial site. And I don't know how many of you guys are going to lose your property values and that when you vote on this to go into an industrial site. And then Chad was over there saying how much money we were going to make for the city and this and that. And all of a sudden he came up, this isn't guaranteed, that's not guaranteed, this ain't guaranteed. And you're talking like 30 years, and who's going to know what's going to happen in the next 10 years? Google decides to walk out the door and leave everything. Well, there's no guarantee for us to have anything like that. That's why people moved here, was to be into the rural and residential area where they got elbow room. Not like living in the city of Duluth where you got 20,
30 seconds.
30,
again,
30 feet between your houses and that. Let's keep it the way it should. Rezone it into an industrial area, not into a residential where people, us taxpayers, are going to lose.
thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Next is Jeff Rickman, and the one after that who's on deck is Jim, and I think it starts with a K and ends with a T. I don't know who that is. Okay. Thanks, Jim. Name and address, please.
Jeff Richtman, 5215 Chris Drive. Councilors and Mayor, this development agreement specifically lacks the following. Exhibit D is missing everything describing buildings and terms. What are the infrastructure improvements? They seem to have changed just in the last couple of days. And what will they be to upkeep in the future? No sound level limitations. Even if they are MPA regulated sounds, they should be called out in the development agreement. Construction working hours for the 10 years that this could take are not called out. No lighting plan requirement by the city. Again, falling short. And worst of all, no escrow requirements. What is the cost to the city if this fails? Google or Harmony has all their subsidies. They have lots of protections. We're just one small city. Water usage of up to 50,000 gallons a day. That thankfully is called out. But at 130 jobs, that's 384 gallons a day per employee. That just doesn't make sense. Google project fact slides are great. Why is it that the development agreement can't update those standards and facts so that we can hold them to it if they're going to be a great partner? A rezone was done. You emphasized the project and permitting was not approved, so things would be addressed later. Now we're voting on a redevelopment agreement an agreement designed to lay out the city regulations, expectations, and ultimately the requirements of doing business with this city. However, the agreement is lacking. We can do better to hold Google accountable to a higher standard. Vote no and redraft this development agreement. Tabling is not enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim, if you could come up and state your name and address. And next on deck is Alicia Navetta.
Evening, Mayor.
Sir.
The name is Jim Cluckert, like the sound a chicken makes. Cluck? Cluckert. It's okay.
Clucker?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mother
And-
Cluckert.
And your address, sir?
So 206 North 11th Avenue West, Duluth, 55806.
Thank you.
So we'll file my remarks tonight under, if it looks too good to be true, it probably is. Our patron philosopher, Henry David Thoreau, advised his readers to be wary of any enterprise that requires new clothes. What caution might Thoreau have offered us when, for a project proposal, you need a battery of lawyers, a team of financial analysts, as well as a number of statisticians? I feel like I've been down to Broadway watching a shell game, watching a three-card Monte. I cannot keep up with the illusions that the Google team can provide. But I think I can provide a little bit of what seems to be lacking on the pro data center side, which is common sense. You got to be able to feel it and touch it. There is no way that a financial analyst is going to be able to put our quality of life in this rural gem. There's no way that a financial analyst can put that on a spreadsheet and balance it with a qualitative dollar value. There's no way we can balance the beautiful trout stream where native brookies are breeding. My God, you guys know what you have here. Keep it quiet and don't expect a room full of lawyers to be able to come to your aid once this behemoth violates its agreement. Those lawyers, the senior partners of those lawyers, wrote the laws that you will see broken. And they populate the courts. And you'll go to court for redress and it won't be there. A famous poet from Hibbing has written, "The pump don't work because the vandal took the handle." It's broke. There's no more trust.
30 seconds.
The behemoths are dinosaurs. Let's not go out the way they did. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alicia Navetta, and after that is Matt Budarak.
My name is Alicia Navetta. I live at 5219 Wadena Street in Duluth. First of all, I just want to say good evening. Thank you, Mayor and councilors and city staff. It's been a long night, so thanks for your patience here. There are a couple of things I saw in the presentation today that I wanted to talk about. First of all, the 40 full-time employees that are post-construction, part of the data center, the quality jobs that economic director mentioned, those looked like they're only five-year jobs, and it would have been nice to see jobs that at least lasted as long as all of the other financial statements. So I thought it was interesting that those jobs were only 5 years when all of the tax and financial assessments went out to 20 years or longer. Secondly, we heard about how 60 decibels is just an electric toothbrush. So I live in a noisy neighborhood, but I know people here live in a quiet place. So when you're brushing your teeth tonight, just maybe leave your electric toothbrush on your bedstand and see if that's what you want for the next rest of your life here in Hermantown. And then third, I wanted to clarify if Google would be paying the future public utility costs. So I think someone here mentioned, another speaker, that the public infrastructure costs that they're paying, the 130 million for all of the infrastructure that's needed for this data center, that kind of only serves them. What happens if future infrastructure is needed? Last meeting, I spoke about the Dalles data center, and they started with one data center and now they have 5. This is the first data center outside of Silicon Valley in Oregon, we saw in the presentation earlier. And in that city, they are currently rebuilding, they're having to find land to build a bigger reservoir to fit all of the water that they need, because Google uses 40% of their water. And Google's paying for a quarter of that, but the rest of it is up to the city. And so rates are expected to double, and a lot of residents will be footing that bill. So my question is, if something comes up in the future and more infrastructure is needed, what happens there? Who's paying for that?
30 seconds.
Finally, I wanted to say something about the tax abatements. We heard here tonight that it's standard practice, and I don't know if it's standard practice for a large a company this large, but I will say that we heard the NDAs were standard practice, and it turns out they're not standard practice for city officials. So I just want to say, let's take it easy on the standard practice stuff. Sometimes it's not. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Matt Budarak is next, and after that is David Thornton. It's a formality, but name and address, please.
Mayor, council members, my name is Matt Budarak. I live at 4089 Lake Road, just around the corner here. I'm a little bit more specific than just I don't want it. There's some things in this account, these agreements that there's in the second to the last whereas in the first, what is this? This is the project one. They say the city will support the application or make application directly for public funds available for utilities and infrastructure. So if that's happening, does that change what they're going to pay or what they're going to get back for the utilities, for the money? You know, is that $80,000, 80,000? Geez, I wish it was 80,000. $80 million. Is that going to be reduced if you do find some other financing? Doesn't say in there. Project approval timeframes. The city agrees that it will not arbitrarily withhold such approvals for, you know, all these approvals. Is it arbitrary if 3 of the council members decide not to vote for it? Personal choice. It's arbitrary. You're not required to do it. Planning, project zoning. City agrees that the property will not be subject to any new zoning restrictions, unreasonably limiting the use. Once again, just pretty wide open there. The infrastructure requirements. Everybody says 50,000 gallons. Is that for phase 1? Is that for the whole project? It went from 4 projects to 3. Maybe that number should be reduced. And they've got 4.2, protection of confidential information. So once again, we're getting into NDA issues. And one of the things you've got listed here as confidential information is including without limitation information relating to utilization of water service and sewer service, maybe trade secrets. It just said 50,000 gallons. Where's the secret? And I don't see a big rush to this. It's nice. You finally got some information out there. Unfortunately, what we were provided doesn't match what you're talking about for signing.
30 seconds.
You know, the utilities location's not right. There's other things in there that, oh, well, we can fix that. Shouldn't you have this meeting when you have everything right? So, and Anna, other note, you've had, what, 3 different attorney systems going through this, had all the staff looking at this. And when you get to the notification list for tax abatement, in the case of the city of Hermantown, it's attention to Mr. Shetty, Economic Development Director, at 250 South Main Street, Hermantown, Minnesota, 55963. That's Pine Island. That's not here.
Sorry.
Can't even get that right. I don't know what that.
David Thornton, and after that is Clay Stevens.
Be short and sweet. My name is David Thornton, David Stewart Thornton. I have a David Thornton as a son. I live at 5861 Hermantown Road, city with pride and a strong desire not to forget its rural roots. That's similar to what's stated in your page on the web page for the city. Similar. I do not think that you should have any agreement between the city of Google or the city and Google that gives Google a tax abatement statement. Don't agree with that at all. Google can afford it. Google is more than capable of paying for a full tax value of the proposed property investments here in Hermantown. Unfortunately, I feel that what I'm saying to you now is falling on deaf ears. You as a city council have not listened to any of the concerns expressed by many of the citizens you represent. I have one more plea, that you turn this all around and you truly listen to your constituents and either vote this thing down or table it.
Thank you. Next is Clay Stevens, followed by Kathy Kohlmeyer. Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry. Clay Stevens? Anyone coming from the other room? Next on deck is Lisa Fitzpatrick. No Clay Stevens, Lisa Fitzpatrick, and after that is Sarah Winter.
Sarah Winter, 3658 Birch Road.
Sarah, well, Lisa just walked in. Hi, Lisa. Are you Lisa? Okay. Name and address, please.
My name is Lisa Fitzpatrick. I live at 5229 Peabody Street in Lakeside in Duluth.
Thank you.
I am an IT professional from the Lakeside neighborhood of Duluth. Regarding the proposed data center, my concern is the huge amount of water that may be needed to cool the thousands of data servers. I know that this wasn't completely discussed, but still, this heated water could impact the Lake Superior watershed as well as our Duluth water. I urge you also not to give this tax abatement to Google. This is not just about Hermantown. As an IT professional, I've worked with professors and students at UMD in computer science. The general consensus is that artificial intelligence is not really quite ready for prime time. It's being rushed through because of money, profits. The future of it is changing, volatile. Let's not bet on an unsure future. And as others have said, Hermantown has really beautiful, beautiful countryside. Does a data warehouse belong there? I've seen places with data warehouses and others in places like San Bernardino, California. They don't look very pretty. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Graves, could you bring the next list up? Next is Sarah Winter, followed by Kaya Winter. If you give me just a moment here, he's going to bring up our next list. We won't start the clock until you get your name done. Thank you. Name and address, please.
Sarah Winter, 3658 Birch Road in Hermantown. Thank you all again for being here so late tonight. I appreciate the opportunity to talk. My feeling about this is, come on, y'all. This doesn't pass the shucks basic evaluation. Water, sewer, road improvements that are not for the benefits of the citizens, they are for the benefit of the company themselves. Someone in the other room was saying they're building their own driveway, and I do understand that it affects a couple of citizens. Who will pay for the maintenance? You just told us that it would be, or the presentation said that the maintenance would be Hermantown and the St. Louis County and the state of Minnesota, which is us, for infrastructure that we do not need. But you want to give them a tax abatement? This is something that your children and grandchildren will be embarrassed about and will be always distancing themselves from your memory about. The way that you turned Hermantown into the city that is known for AI, widely reviled, for a data center that is laughing-stockingly large, because your heads were turned by the glitter and false glamour of a very big company. I imagine that you don't see it that way, but it is the way that history will see you. It will be your legacy. This moment calls for a very high level of principled leadership. How much influence does a company that is larger than the 5 largest commercial properties combined in Hermantown have over you? Much more than the average citizens do. You can see they paid for all these people who came tonight as part of their jobs to speak in favor. But although they have all the power, we, the citizens, are the ones who have to live here. No Google executives. You are giving away our home rule, and we can already see how you are dazzled by their influence, even before they become the most powerful company by far in our tiny community. Everywhere I go, I was in Minneapolis for an academic competition that my kids were involved in. We talked to many people who would ask, where were you from? And when we said Hermantown, invariably the response would be some variation of, I'm so sorry. At first, I couldn't figure out why they'd say that, so I asked. And it was always the ridiculously large data center. It happened again when I went this weekend to the Timberwolves game and talked to the people sitting next to us. I really haven't seen an issue in this moment that unites people across the political spectrum like this, avoiding having data centers in their community does.
20 seconds.
So please show your principles, stand up for the little guy, the people you are pledged to represent. Do not give away our rule over ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Kaya Winter, and on deck is Christina Gallup. Name and address, please.
My name is Kaya Winter, and I live on 3658 Birch Road, Hermantown. I'm 14 and in 8th grade in this school district. I want to encourage you to not give this tax payment to Google. Google is a huge company. They do not need this tax payment. Why would you give it to them? It's ridiculous. While making this decision, please think about my future. I'm well aware of the impacts of AI data centers because I have family members who live next to them. If you want me, my siblings, and my friends to come back and live here after we graduate from college, this needs to be a place that we actually want to live in. And to do that, we need to not have a data center in our backyards making noise and wasting water. And at the least, you need to make Google pay their way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Christina Gallup, followed by Joanne Bates.
Hi, Mayor, council members. Thanks for staying so long to listen to this long group of people.
Name and address, please.
My name is Christina Gallup. I'm a professor of environmental science, earth and environmental science at University of Minnesota Duluth. I live at 2512 Hammond Avenue in Superior. And am I not loud enough? There we go. So I'd like to speak to you about a couple of things from a professional standpoint, right? I teach earth and environmental science. I teach introduction to environmental science for 20 years. And I'm really concerned about what I've seen. I spoke at your zoning meeting as well. And there's two things that are going on in the state of Minnesota that I think you should be aware of. One is that there is a proposed law to put a moratorium on data centers, right? It is not had a hearing yet, but is legislation that has been proposed. And many people are urging the governor to get behind this legislation. And that's in large part because these data centers are so different from any other industrial stuff that we've got going on, right? You heard somebody saying that they create a heat island effect, right? That's not an average industrial site, right? You've heard people talk about the noise, right? These things these slip through the cracks in our environmental laws, to put it succinctly. And so we need to stop and check those environmental laws, do the research, and make sure that our laws are protecting the citizens of Minnesota. And until then, you guys are putting the cart before the horse. I highly encourage you not to approve this tax abatement for a data center that is not being adequately reviewed for how it's going to affect your citizens. Many of them, as you have heard, are extremely concerned about how this is going to affect their quality of life. And I hope that you care about that, right? And the second thing I'll say is that the site that this is proposed on is highly inappropriate, right? This is an industrial site, and it got through the cracks again as light industrial. It's not light industrial, it's industrial. It's very large. It would be, it's like that big tall building in Duluth that drives me crazy that gets in the way, right? It's the wrong place and the wrong site. I think a lot of people here would be completely behind you if 2 years ago, when you were working on this stuff in secret, you had chosen a site that was appropriate, right? That was industrial and meant for that kind of activity. So I really hope that you'll rethink this, because I think development is very important. Data centers are important. We're not going to get away without having them, but they should be in the appropriate place, and we should have laws that correctly cite them and regulate them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Joanne Bates, followed by Tom Bates.
Hello, I'd appreciate a heads up if I forget to speak loud and clearly. My name is Joanne Bates. I live at 5369 Morris Thomas Road in Hermantown. Hermantown City Councilors, Mayor, and business support people, I have come before you again to beg that you listen to the people of your community regarding this data center. To be clear, I'm here to ask you to table this agreement. I strongly agree with getting more union jobs. I do. I think these wonderful union people need to speak as well as us. But let's just find a better location. That's what a large portion of the public wants. I ask you to tell Google no tax abatement. Although Google is funding the $130 million in initial infrastructure, the systems transfer to city ownership upon completion, along with the burden of future maintenance liabilities. To mitigate long-term taxpayer costs for this Google-required infrastructure, the city should negotiate a dedicated maintenance endowment. The abatement is framed as reimbursement for the $130 million in infrastructure. The developer should pay for the cost of doing business, not get a deductible tax expense. Over the term of the agreements, not enough, my phone is jumping at me, I'm sorry. Over the term of the agreements, not enough guaranteed revenue is provided compared to the massive strain on regional resources. The fixed annual payment starting at $150,000 with small escalations may not keep pace with the rising costs of city services over 3 decades. A 28-year timeline is excessive, considering that data centers' lifespans, as many have said, often go on 15 to 20 years, and all the large payments from Google are end loaded.
30 seconds, Joanne.
I believe if you realistically look into maintaining these long sewer and water lines, especially with no one likely to move into this area, it will be a net loss to the city. We don't need the sewer and water lines. I hear none of the benefits Google has to offer communities as enough to wipe out this. Other communities with data centers wish they had had better accountability when their data center was built. I appreciate you listening and thank you for your time. I know this has been a long night.
Thank you, Tom Bates. And up next is Cindy Olson.
All right, we know the drill.
Name and address, please.
Yes, sir. Tom Bates, 5369 Morris Thomas Road, Hermantown, Minnesota, 55810. I prize that zip code. Okay, decommissioning bond. We are vulnerable to cleanup costs. This is gonna phase out. Sometime it's gonna get old and we're gonna have to clean it up. And it would be really nice if the developer or Google themselves would clean it up instead of our little community. Because these suckers are big, you know, like really big. It's going to cost a lot of money. Enough said. Okay, so noise pollution. A lot of people have talked about the noise pollution, but nobody's talking, you know, okay, 50 dBs is not loud, but follow me on this. It's not the loudness of it, it's the sound that goes down, okay? It's the hertz. Those are deep sounds that can't be shielded easily at all. Those deeper sounds will go 5 miles. You won't hear it won't sound like it'll be okay, you get it. I had to do that. I know it's funny, but I had to do it because it's the deep sounds that'll travel and travel and travel. And I'm afraid that it'll cause our property values all over Hermantown to go down. Anyway, enough said. Let's see. Where's my last one? Light pollution. Now, the nice lady from Google said they're going to face all their light bulbs down and do a dark sky compliant lighting. But we have to hold them to it. We absolutely have to hold them to it. This is really, really important. And dark sky lighting is getting to be more and more important as time goes on for, you know, for the birds and the other insects and for people. So that's really about all I had to say. That's it. There's talk of Misty Morning Drive, south and west of Misty Morning Drive, another data center going in there. And no, I've heard the talk. I've heard rumors, you know, these things would be rumors. So you want to watch out for them data centers because they're like a lot of things. They spread. All right. See you later.
Thank you.
I will be back.
Cindy Olson, and after that is Georgia Lane.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? My name is Cindy Lee Olson, and I live at 6278 West Bowman Lake Road in Duluth, 55803. Prior to my retirement in August, I spent 27 years working with school districts in northeastern Minnesota on public school finance. I want to provide some clarification on the additional revenues being promised to the Hermantown School District here tonight. Local tax revenue for school districts is set in state statute. The calculations use resident pupil units and total population within the school district. These numbers are then put in formulas and multiplied by a rate that is set in state statute. The only impact property values have in the school school district levy revenue calculation under current statutes is determine what percentage of that revenue comes from the state and what percentage comes from local taxpayers. There's nothing in the current calculation that increases total revenue to the school district with an increase in property wealth. Nothing. So to be clear, unless there is a new statewide legislation passed to assess property or other taxes and fees on large-scale data centers, or unless there is a legal agreement in writing between the city and the school district, between the county and the school district, or between Google and the school district, that provides revenue outside of the local levy revenue calculation for the school district, they will not receive additional revenue, not 1 penny. So for those of you here tonight who are supporting this because of the extra money you hear that the school district is going to get, I want you to find out if there is a specific separate legal agreement being signed by the school district and any of these entities to promise them that they will get that revenue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Georgia Lane, followed by Michael Copy.
Hi, my name is Georgia Lane. I live at 4873 Trails End Drive in Hermantown. Thanks for staying up late tonight. I'm not sure if I can string together a normal sentence. It's way past my bedtime. I was not planning on talking, but I'm going to do my best. I know I'm towards the end. My husband and I have lived in Hermantown for the last 10 years. We have 2 children, ages 8 and 11. My husband grew up in Hermantown. My mother-in-law and father-in-law also live here in Hermantown. One of my biggest concerns tonight is that Google has not taken into consideration what our community needs. I've worked in regional and economic development and planning under the Arrowhead Regional Development Commission for the last 10 years. As of the last 6 months, I'm in a different role. And I've worked for the Area Agency on Aging on something called Age-Friendly Initiatives. And if you look around the room, I'm going to take a wild guess that we've got folks who are over the age of 65 here. And I'm also going to take a wild guess we've got a lot of people who are over the age of 50. And 2020 marked the year where we have more people 65 and older than we do school-age children. And so Google is selling us not only on saying they need an $80 million tax abatement, but they're going to put money into the schools, which is great. I like schools. I have kids. Most of my family members are school teachers. I've got a lot of friends who are teachers. But we're failing to look at the rest of our demographic and the rest of the needs that we have. We know that if we invest in communities for a lifetime and looking at the community needs as a whole, what do our regional needs say? We need housing. Right? Let's talk about housing. Let's not talk about schools. We can talk about schools and housing. We've got one of the biggest companies in the world who's coming here. Let's think about what we need. We need housing, and not just here. We need it regionally. Right? I work in Lincoln Park, where we have the lowest 1/2 of life expectancy. So we think about health disparities. We are all going to do better if we invest in those communities and neighborhoods that are close to us that need it the most. So you have a bargaining chip here. You guys sitting in the seat have a lot of power and control. And I hear what everyone in the green shirts are saying. I'm in support of economic development. I'm in support of good jobs. I like what I hear. I want Google to come to the table and tell us how it's going to be carbon neutral. I want to know that it's not going to hurt our environment, that it's going to protect our environment. We live here because we like the rural area. I like what the guy had to say about the generations that built our community in Adolph. Their names are still there. How do we preserve those voices and preserve this history that has brought us here? This is an important decision, and I'm asking to consider, if not voting no, to table it. My 11-year-old daughter, the other day on the way to school, said, "Mom, it's too big. Why are people even doing this? Google is too big. They're not going to stop." And I said, "Honey, I don't know if they are or not, but we can try, because you know what? We still have a democracy. We have a choice here tonight, and we have a choice here going forward." And I've talked to a lot of people in our community and that want to be heard, that need to be heard. And I ask that you consider the voices that you're hearing here tonight. And I ask that the rest of us who are on different sides of the table find ways to come together and talk as community members. Thank you.
Next is Michael Copy, who has an extra 3 minutes, seated by Carol Bondi. And after that is Dennis Flynn.
Michael Copy, 5124 Beaver Creek Road, Hermantown. The U.S. has about 4,000 data centers. That's more than the next highest 15 countries combined. The next highest to the US is the UK and Germany with 500 each. And the one that we're competing the most with is China, which has about 370 data centers. So super data centers like the one that's proposed here does not help our community. These large data centers are being driven by artificial intelligence, Bitcoin, face recognition, surveillance. We don't need more of these. The artificial intelligence is being developed to take our jobs and deliver more profits to the wealthy. According to the International Energy Agency, data centers consume as much electricity anywhere from 100,000 to 2 million households. This will account for an increase of about 30% for greenhouse emissions through the year 2030. It's estimated that 12% of all the electricity will be used by data centers by 2028. In Virginia, the largest concentration of data centers, the electric rates have risen from $14 to $37 per household over the neighboring states that only have a few data centers. Grid instability, their massive electric demands can have and sustain local power grids, leading to brownouts and blackouts, many times which could lead to damage to household appliances. Cooling fans and backup generators on data centers have a DPA of about 85 to 95, well above the World Health Organization's safe limits. This has been linked to sleep loss, anxiety, higher heart risk, memory loss, and other health concerns. Air quality is degraded. Diesel backup generators emit CO2 and nitrous oxides, which have led to higher cases of respiratory problems like asthma and others. In Tennessee, Elon Musk has run his data centers on diesel backup generators for 24 hours a day because it's cheaper to pay for the local, or them paying for the local electricity. Do we have any control on this with this new data center? I would say no. 24 hours of security lighting cause light pollution, disrupt wildlife, human sleep cycles, and as was mentioned before, the massive heat exchange from rooftop cooling systems can raise the temperature of the surrounding neighborhoods by several degrees. Let's talk about the economics of data centers. Higher electric rates for consumers, fewer permanent, higher paying jobs. Data centers are highly automated and typically only a few employees are needed, like security and maintenance. The proposed site is twice the size of the Miller Hill Mall, but will employ less than the number of workers that are in the food court only, and are not getting, we are not really getting a return of jobs for the land that's being taken. You as council members are elected to serve the community, but you have ignored the number of residents that have come here to voice their concerns. The democratic process is supposed to work by you listening and serving the people. Do you believe in the democratic process? Your personal feelings should be set aside. If you're unsure about how the community feels about this project, you have options like public hearings, town hall meetings, forums, and surveys, and polls, and participatory budgeting. How many of these have you done? So I urge you to reject this proposal. And I would like to read, this is from December 19th, 2019. And Mayor Boucher, this is a quote from you. 40 years ago, in 1979, the city of Duluth started a successful fight to stop the development in Hermantown of the Ridgeview Mall. This was a $92 million in that year, 2019, would have been anchored by Sears, Dayton's, Donaldson's, and located on the present site of Edgewood Vista. If this mall had been built in 1980, we would be faced with redevelopment of the site. And the lesson of this is to take our time with growth and development so we get it as right for the community as possible. We need to try as much as possible to avoid unintentional consequences in decisions about development. And that is a quote that you had. I hope you still
Thank
stick
you.
by that. Thank you.
Next is Dennis Flynn, and after that, Lisa Bodine.
Dennis ceded his time to Mr. Davis.
Oh,
And I think he's gone.
okay, and Lisa Bodine. Name and address, please.
Hi, I'm Lisa Bodine, and my address is 2001 Hartley Road in Duluth. I just want to start with, this wasn't really my plan either tonight. So I am a business owner in Duluth. I own a business in downtown Duluth. I am also operating a business in Hermantown today, and will soon take possession of said business. And at that time, I look forward to sharing the name. I do want to say that I have spent nearly 20 years in business and economic development, recruiting data centers to our region, alongside Brian Hansen and Rachel Johnson and the team at Apex. If you would have told me 20 years ago when I started in economic development that I'd be standing up here trying to convince a community to accept the invitation of having their business in our backyard, and we were fighting it so adamantly as a community, I would have called BS. The fact that we have one of the largest and most well-respected companies on the planet saying that they want to sit down and work with us as a community, work with those of you around the room, those of us as business owners and city members, to learn more about what type of development would work in our community. There is just nothing better than that. I realize that there's a lot of fear going around. There's a lot of fear and really kind of rude name calling happening. I'd just like to pause for a second and remember we are all a community. We all must come together and find a shared vision. And I do believe with my heart that this is an opportunity for a generation that we cannot pass up. We cannot pass up this time. There is not one company that's looking at this region that can do the things for this community that Google can offer us today. And I just want to thank you for the courage to stand up here, all of you, and make the decisions that you're making to at least give us, the community, an opportunity to continue the dialogue, to continue to learn. The state, this is the strongest state in terms of regulation on the planet. If you can't get a project done, if you can get a project done in Minnesota, you know it will be the best literally in the United States of America. We have the strongest regulation. So I would just encourage you and the community to understand that the private sector is not investing like they used to. Everything is getting more expensive. Development is stopping. It is a time where we have an opportunity to take a property that contributes today $8 to the tax roll per taxpayer. Looking at just the benefits alone, it would be $460. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Mr. Graves, anyone else for the public hearing? Thank you. We will close the public hearing at this time. Next is Resolution 2026-45. Resolution approving a development agreement and a tax abatement agreement with Harmony Group LLC for the Hermantown Data Center project. Do we have any kind of motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Counselor Jelly. Is there a second?
I'd second that.
Second by Counselor Peterson. Now is time for council discussion about this. Counselors?
How long do you want to be here?
Well, we still have items on the agenda to deal with also.
We do. For me, I need to get to the bottom a little bit more about the legal aspects of this. I did ask the question, and yes, we can forge ahead, but I just want to make sure we're doing that cautiously. And it's been brought up by a couple of different people that we shouldn't be based on Minnesota rules 4410.3100. So I would like a little more information on that. And again, if there was a lot of discussion tonight about, appreciate Google's being here and Mr. Ronchetti's presentation. And it's like a lot of things these days, we can all say things one way and it gets interpreted the other way. So how I was hearing things seemed to be different than what I heard in the community. So I wouldn't mind thinking about some of these things a little bit longer. But that's just me. So.
Either one of you have anything?
Waiting to hear your thoughts.
I'm last.
Well, I've had a chance to kind of look through the different development agreements with Pine Island to kind of see what we're doing. And I appreciate the staff's work on making sure that we're getting a pretty good deal. I mean, looking at their numbers, we have a hard cap for abatement. They don't have a hard cap. They up to 20 years, but the number could exceed far more. We're getting more than double the community benefit payments than they are getting. Almost 47 million between the school and the city. And I think we have a lot better, more rigorous language in there for the job creations and the guaranteed jobs that site will produce. So I think that's good. I agree. Maybe we need a little bit more information on some items, but I also want the community to know. I've heard a lot of folks mentioning we're not listening. Definitely can tell you we are. We see the emails, might not be able to get back to every single one. This is the largest project that Twin Ports has probably ever seen and might not see for many, many years. So we don't take this lightly. As far as my legacy, I've been called horrible things, my legacy, and I'm going to leave behind a terrible thing if I support this. Well, I hope I don't ever leave a legacy. That is not my intention being a city councilor. My intention is to do the good work for the city and for the future. When I was 26 years old being on the council, I wanted to do good for my city, and this is what I'm doing. And we're listening, we're getting all the information we can and trying to make the best educated decision that we can. So we are listening. You might not agree with certain things, but we are taking it in. So.
Thank you.
I spoke with Chad and actually had the opportunity to speak with Liz last week. We talked about the same thing, just providing some protections for the people that live over there as far as wells, I guess water being the main one. And I think there's opportunity to add that to the development agreement. So if the best course forward is to table it so that can be added, I could support that. And then if the council wants to move forward and we get confirmation from Chad that we can add that to the agreement moving forward with an approved development agreement, then I could support that decision as well.
Joe?
It's not an easy decision by any stretch of the imagination. We take it very seriously. We look at all the facts. Some people might not like the facts, but I think it does a lot of good things potentially for our community. I really do. I can understand wanting to take a little bit of time and fixing a couple things in the development agreement.
some of the typos or maybe a couple things that have possibly been left out. But if we make those decisions, I can kind of move forward.
My feeling is people have brought up some legal aspects of the development agreement versus the environmental study and how they conflict, and that there may be a legal issue involved in there. I would like to take the time to do the research to answer those questions positively or negatively, but also there is some language that needs to be cleaned up and some things that shouldn't be in there, like somebody's address in Pine Island. And that stuff needs to be looked over a little closer. And I think that if we take the time and do things intentionally, that we will come to a better product or better will of the people. But I don't think there's anything hurt by taking a little extra time.
I would be fine with that. I just had one question for Mr. Ronchetti. There was reference to the jobs only being for 5 years. It's actually the duration of the agreement, isn't it?
We should, Councilor Geisler, it is a 5-year requirement for retention of the positions in the agreement.
The positions or the number of positions?
The number of positions.
So they're only good for 5 years?
Mayor Boucher, Councilor Geisler, the agreement states that the jobs must be retained for 5 years.
Okay.
For clarification, that 5 years comes from the business subsidy statute. It's a 5-year requirement as far as the job reporting, the wage and job statistics. So that's where that 5-year number comes from.
So when the tax abatement agreement states that they have to hit a certain job number, that's just for like the first year of that phase or the first 5 years of that phase? Or if they drop below that at any point during the 20 years of abatement, is that nullified?
Councilor LeBlanc, thank you for the clarification. The metric that measures the number of jobs against the abatement is for the term of the abatement. So if they do choose after 5 years to eliminate all of the positions, that would play into the calculation on the abatement.
That's how I understood it.
So they could technically create X number of jobs every 5 years as long as they continue to have the correct number of jobs at the facility.
Mayor Boucher, Councilor LeBlanc, if I understand your question correctly, yes, they can create as many jobs as they want. And it would be marked against what is in the agreement in terms of the proportion of what their goal is versus the proportion of the abatement. So if they create 50 jobs when they're required to create 100, then they would get 50% of the abatement. If they created 130 jobs when they were required to create 100, they would get 100% of the abatement.
And I had a question that I asked earlier about the provision in there allowing them to drill wells and create septic. That is under state regulations. Can you go over what those regulations are and what those well and septic would be used for?
Mayor Boucher, I am not an expert on these things, but I do know a little bit. The provision in the agreement simply doesn't restrict them from pursuing permits. That's all it does. If they were to choose to pursue wells or gray water, they would have to follow all of the state regulations that are required. If they exceed a certain amount of gallons per day on their draw, they would need an appropriations permit from the DNR. The DNR would likely require an aquifer study. So it's not simply they get to go out and pound wells in the ground. There are state rules that govern. We simply don't restrict them from pursuing those state permits.
Thank you.
I think the other thing that needs to be clarified is the misconception or confusion between a development agreement, tax abatement agreement, and all of the other list of things that have to be done. There's some discussion about we should tie the stormwater ponds to this development agreement and things like that. And I don't believe that is the case, but maybe we just need to educate people that at what point the stormwater ponds get approved or the erosion control permits get approved. So, or can we, if these documents come ahead of those things, can we tie these documents to say, if you don't get these other things, these documents are null and void, or is that kind of perceived already?
Mayor Boucher, Councilor Geisler, there is language in the agreement that says if they don't get the approvals on future permits, then these agreements would be null and void. The site design portions of this, stormwater, light, noise, those types of things are addressed in the site-specific permits, the special use permit, the commercial industrial development permit. And so there are different distinct portions to a project. This is the infrastructure obligations and the financial piece. The land use permits are what regulate stormwater, what regulate light and noise and aesthetics and those types of things. We can certainly talk as staff about methods and means of having an education around when and what gets addressed during those future permits.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Chad, if this gets approved today, do we feel like we can add some of the stuff that we spoke about into the development agreement?
I'll do it that way.
No. I'd like to hear him say it.
It sounds like some of the requests are quite substantive, so I don't usually you have the ability to substantially approve with just some minor modifications, but these sound to be a little bit more as far as what I hear the council asking to be addressed. So at this point in time, it would require to come back and, formally amend the agreement, I would say, if we were to add some of these provisions. That would be my recommendation, at least.
It's up to Andy.
Can I ask two other questions?
Yeah.
I've got notes. I take lots of notes, and I've got two questions. One, Cindy, I don't know your last name. You spoke this evening on the school money. Can we figure out that calculation at some point? And then my other question is on the $130 million we could tap if Google walked away to finish the infrastructure. How is that structured?
Mayor Boucher, Councilor Peterson, I am not a school finance expert. The numbers that were presented this evening came from the abatement cash flow analysis that Ellers provided. Again, accounting for all things static when they ran these numbers, assuming no impact to the tax rate. We would have to talk to the school portion of Ellers to get after some of the comments that were made. I'm not an expert there. We can certainly make the request. What was the second question? It's getting late.
The second question was on the $130 million that could be tapped if Google decided to walk away for us to finish the infrastructure project if we needed to. How is that $130 million structured or in an account somewhere? How does that work?
Mayor Boucher, Councilor Peterson, the agreement currently has multiple ways that we could address that, whether it be an escrow, whether it be a security bond, whether it be a alphabet company guarantee mechanism. But the value of that would be equal to 125% of the public infrastructure cost, so that we would have access to those funds so that we could finish the project. We would then be able to draw from that.
Mayor Boucher, Councilor Peterson, let me take a million-foot flyby on the piece of school financing that Cindy talked about. The short version is she's exactly right, but how this agreement works will benefit the school and the taxpayers in two different ways. So if we back up to the gift, those payments are just right to the school. So I want to be completely clear about that. If we back up to how the taxes work on the school side, Cindy's right in that the budget isn't going to go up because of taxes that Google or anybody pays. Those calculations are going to come back. Yes, school and state are involved. Per pupil is all a piece of it. But that portion of a current budget, so let's say the school's budget today is $10 million, to use a round number. The new taxes paid are going to be a portion of that 10 million. Currently, Google pays zero, and we get that really intensely small portion of property taxes from these particular parcels there in piece here. Now that tax rate will be, as we've seen in the numbers, dramatically changed. So while the school won't necessarily immediately feel the impact benefit of that taxpayer, our taxpayers will, because they will now be paying a smaller portion of the school budget. And so it's kind of a back piece that folks don't think about, is that the reason this impact hits in a couple different ways is because school financing in some ways is upside down or opposite of how budgeting works here. So the win is the school getting the dollars on that direct community betterment payment, and the lower taxes are actually experienced by every taxpayer.
Thank you for that clarification.
One other point, and sorry to jump back in, Mayor and councilors, just so we can hear this on a staff side of things, primarily what I'm hearing is the importance of cleaning up some critical language, making sure the exhibits are correct. But we're not talking about, I mean, in Chris Verda's world, in the world he does, he'll have a slightly different definition of substantive. So how we deal with wells is certainly probably important. But what we're not talking about is that the structure of this deal is incorrect. That's what I'm not hearing, and I want to be clear about that too, that we're really talking about cleaning up some important language that's totally worthwhile.
And possibly the timing.
Correct.
And the two legal questions about
Totally.
the AUAR. Should we do this before the AUR, and should we do this with a current lawsuit pending?
Totally.
Those two things I would like to know.
So if you have concerns about answering some of those questions about a couple of these other substantive things and about timing, then maybe your best thing at this point would be is to table it until some of those issues can be resolved.
Can I ask a procedural question? It's up to Andy, obviously, to change his motion. If Andy chooses, he made the motion, doesn't he have to change it?
He said within our motion, we could have a motion to table. Is that right, Gunnar?
Correct. So it gets to Robert's Rules of Order, which is always confusing, but there's the main motion is a motion to approve the agreements. And that is what you guys have been discussing. A counselor can now make a motion to take that main motion and place it on the table. It is then sits on the table and is not acted upon by the council until another motion comes to take it off the table, and it would then be addressed by the council. So that could happen at a meeting in 2 weeks, or it could happen at some meeting after that. And what I'm hearing is that it would probably happen when these questions that you guys have brought up tonight are addressed so that the council is comfortable moving forward.
That answer your question?
So theoretically, Brian, what you have is there's a motion on the table to do something.
Yeah.
You can have a subsequent motion that says, we're not going to vote on that one. I want to have a motion to table. And then you have to address the issue of whether you want to table or not. You vote up or down on the table. If it passes, it's tabled. If it doesn't, then you go back to the regular motion to approve.
Pretty late for inception motions, but I think I got it. So I don't feel as strongly about the lawsuit, so if you guys would like to make a motion.
So I'll make a motion that we table it at this time.
Do we have a second?
I'd second that.
And do we need a roll call or Gunnar? Roll call or voice vote?
You're not required to do a roll call.
Let's do one anyway.
Counselor Jelly, on the motion to table. Counselor Jelly,
Aye.
Counselor LeBlanc,
Aye.
Counselor Peterson,
Aye.
Counselor Geisler,
Aye.
Mayor Boucher.
Aye. Next, we have some business to finish. If you guys would like to stick around after the meeting's over. But right now, we will go back into our regular business. Okay,
I'd like to make a motion to move the public comment to the end of the agenda.
the general public discussion.
The general public, well, it says public comment down here.
Okay, and
Item 8.
is there a second?
Second.
Who said? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we will move to the consent agenda. Minutes approval or correction of the April 20th, 2026 City Council continuation minutes and the April 27th, 2026 City Council work session minutes. And accounts payable approved general city warrants from April 16th, 2026 through April 30th, 2026 in the amount of $724,216.63. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Geisler to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Counselor Jelly. Roll call.
Counselor LeBlanc,
Aye.
Counselor Peterson, Counselor Geisler,
Aye.
Counselor Jelly,
Aye.
Mayor Boucher.
Aye. Next is resolution 2026-46. Resolution approving special use permit for construction of an accessory structure in excess of 1,200 feet in the R3 zoning district at 3711 Sugar Maple Drive and imposing conditions thereon. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion by Counselor LeBlanc to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Counselor Peterson. Mr. Mulder.
Let's have Mr. Johnson, our Community Development Director, explain this one.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. What's before us this evening is a special use permit for a structure greater than 1,200 square feet. This is a property that's located at, 4311 Sugar Maple Drive. This has an R3 residential zoning, and under that, accessory structures under 1,200 square feet are just handled by a building permit. Greater than 1,200 square foot are done with a special use permit. So this is an existing 1.8 acre lot. The history on this was 2 lots originally as part of the subdivision. The applicant purchased the adjoining property next to him, and he combined those 2 lots into one single 1.8 acre lot. So what he's proposing this evening is a 2,400 square foot accessory structure. It's 40 by 60 feet. The zoning district allows for up to 35% lot coverage with buildings. Now, the proposal in front of you between the house and the proposed structure would bring the lot coverage to 6.9%, so you're well under that. The setbacks associated with this accessory structure either meet or exceed the city requirements for the accessory structures. As far as architecture, the city does not dictate what these buildings need to look like, but the proposed building is to match the existing home on the property currently. There is no business activity as part of this application, nor part of the approval. The special use permit specifically calls out that it's for personal use only, not for business use only. There is an HOA in the subdivision. I believe some of the people this evening might be speaking to that. The city does not enforce, nor do we administer HOA covenants. So what we do is we look at it from a zoning standpoint. Does it meet our zoning setbacks? Yes, it does. Essentially, that's the extent of what we look at. Really, what's before us, once again, is that special use permit because it's greater than the 1,200 square feet.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Height meets the city's height.
Yes, it does. The height and the sidewall setbacks associated all meet that as well.
Perfect.
Okay, we have one person signed up to speak about this, Monica Prom. Hi. Step forward and state your name and address for the record.
Monica Prom, 4341 Sugar Maple Drive, Hermantown, Minnesota, 55811. Good evening, members of the Planning Commission and City Council. Tonight, we have heard many discussions around development and sustainability. Our community is keeping our eye on the future and the growth it can offer, while in parallel being proud and protective of the sought-after environment that surrounds us. It is our responsibility to build a path with integrity and accountability. This resolution may seem inconsequential in comparison to the earlier ruling. However, even small decisions can have a big impact. My name is Monica Prom, and I am a neighbor resident of 4341 Sugar Maple Drive, speaking in opposition to the requested special use permit for the proposed 2,400 square foot accessory structure at 4311 Sugar Maple Drive in Hermantown. I want to be clear. While private HOA covenants are not in the city's responsibility to enforce, the issue before you tonight extends well beyond the HOA compliance. This is a matter of land use compatibility, precedence, and the long-term character of our community. First, the scale of this structure is simply incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood. A 2,400 square foot accessory building is not incidental. It is, in fact, the size of a second home and largest than almost all the existing houses. Accessory structures are intended to be subordinate to the primary residence, not to rival it. Approving a structure of this magnitude risks altering the residential character that defines this as a quaint neighborhood in the way that it was intended. Second, approval would set a concerning precedent. If one property is granted a structure of this size, it becomes difficult to deny similar requests in the future. Over time, this could fundamentally change neighborhood density, visual cohesion, and property expectations without the broader planning process such as that they typically require. Third, there are legitimate concerns about use and intensity. Large accessory structures can introduce increased traffic, noise, and activity levels that are inconsistent with low-density residential zoning. This is especially relevant when the scale of the building suggests uses beyond typical residential storage. I would like to remind the council that there's also a commercial business that is registered and operating at this address. Fourth, the environmental impact should not be overlooked. Significant tree removal has already occurred on the property. Continued development at this scale may further erode the wooded character of the area, affect drainage patterns, and reduce natural buffers between properties. Finally, this request raises concerns about equitable application of zoning standards. Residents rely on the city to apply rules consistently and fairly. Granting exceptions of this magnitude can undermine the trust and process and create the perception that the standards are flexible depending on the applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Graves, has anyone else signed up for the special use permit? What's that?
On the bottom.
Oh, garage, okay. Step forward and state your name and address for the record.
Derek Missowitz, 4329 Sugar Maple Drive. I am the lot right next to this lot that was going to be a home site. We purchased the lot in the fall of 2022. I knew full well that there was going to be the possibility of having another home built right next to our home because it was a vacant lot. Didn't know anything about a potential lawsuit that was on the books potentially at the time between the HOA and the previous owner. Found that out actually the following spring, met the board president, Cindy. She explained to me that there was a issue with the easy housing, which I guess you should know there was, I believe you've paid some money for a lawsuit regarding that. She had explained that said the HOA is not allowing anyone to cut trees, fill this lot, or develop anything on it. We understand that it's going to be bad for your property and the one next to it. I said, well, great, I'm all for it, if it stays that way. Looking at the lot, it was very wet, very low. Yeah, I don't know why it would have been a developable lot at the time. So she said at the time, hey, this lot may be for sale. Would you be interested? I said, there's a possibility. She threw out and said, okay, well, the HOA may be willing to pay for a portion of that too. I said, okay, it'd be even better. Let me know what happens. That was in 23. Didn't hear anything. So 24 came around. And I noticed that they were starting to clear the lot, and I went over and I found out that it was the adjoining neighbor had purchased that piece of property and was clearing trees. And I said, well, what's going on? And he said, well, just clearing some trees, cleaning some things up. I said, okay, well, how many more are you taking? Not many. We're not going to take out too many more trees. Okay, great. Now, because that's by the HOA covenants, everything needed to be approved by the HOA, right? And never got any kind of indication that they're going any further. That's following spring in 25, March of 25. They're out there cutting more trees, starting to put a string line up right up to the property line.
30 seconds, Derek.
Mine. And so then, okay, and then in June, they started filling. I know he made some claims that he said he was going to put a hockey rink in or something, but being in construction, I realized that no, he's got a building site and he's going to be building something. Turns out that he had already gone to the HOA to get approval, which he is the part of the HOA. It's him and one other person had approved this work. So I'm not sure how that really is acceptable.
Time's up.
The other part is I have contacted the state, and there is a state ombudsman person has been trying to contact the president to talk about this issue, and they will not return their call either. So
Thank you.
again, I vote no. Thank you.
Okay. Walt Prowl?
Is it okay if my son, the applicant, he's on the list?
Jared? Sure.
Hello, everyone. Jared Prowl, 4311 Sugar Maple Drive. I submitted plans for a detached garage on my property at 4311 Sugar Maple Drive. We built a home here in 2015. And in 2025, we purchased the adjacent lot and had it combined through St. Louis County with our original lot. This new lot was landscaped under a City of Hermantown erosion control and fill permit from Trish Kriego. This included fill and gravel pad, which would serve as the foundation of this garage. This garage will serve the purpose of housing personal recreational vehicles that we own, such as ATVs and snowmobiles, etc. We also intend for a portion of the space to be a sports training area for our son and his neighborhood friends. As you heard, our property is subject to the restrictive covenants of Maple Village Development and was unanimously approved by the Maple Village Architectural Committee. At the Planning and Zoning meeting, there were 7 neighbors present supporting our project, as well as an additional 7 letters of recommendation from different neighbors that weren't present, which I believe was made part of the record. If it wasn't for the large scale of the matter you had to deal with tonight, they would be here again. At the Planning and Zoning Committee, we also heard from Mr. Mizowitz and Mr. Vila. The information they provided to the Planning and Zoning Committee, as well as the information they told you tonight, was at best irrelevant and more so completely unfactual. If you have any questions or want any clarifications from the statements that they made, please feel free to ask me. As you know, the city staff recommended approval. The Planning and Zoning meeting was a unanimous recommendation for approval as well. And thank you for your consideration on such a busy evening tonight.
Thank you. Walt, you're next.
Hi, I'm Walt Prowl. I live on 5152 Friedenberg. But Jared is my son, and my grandson and my daughter-in-law also live there. I have been helping Jared, so I'm familiar with, the whole situation. But I think what you heard tonight from a couple of the neighbors is that there's HOA issues. There is no HOA issues. The HOA has reviewed this and approved it. And they look at the quality of construction, they look at the size, they look at all the different factors within the covenants, which are very restrictive, and they approved it. He's got tons of the neighbors that think that this is a good project. It fits in well with the neighborhood. And But I just wanted to make sure that you guys knew that. And if you have any questions with regard to any statements are made, feel free to ask those questions to my son because he'll definitely answer them. So, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else signed up for the special use permit. Any follow-up questions from council?
I have a couple for Mr. Johnson. So we're not dealing with HOA issues. I understand that. We're specifically zoning. Are there, one of the neighbors mentioned precedent setting. Are there other garages of similar size that we've issued a special use permit for, of your knowledge?
Yes, we traditionally probably see about 3 or 4 of these a year
Okay.
that are more often than not in the R3 zoning district. I think the largest that we have approved has been up to about 3,200 square feet.
Okay.
And we traditionally see them generally around this 1,800 to 24.
Okay.
It seems a pretty common size that we have seen. So as we've mentioned that in the R3 zoning district, a minimum lot size is 1/2 acre. This case, obviously, this is a much larger lot, the 1.8 acres. And so what we look at, we also look at, are there existing accessory structures within the vicinity of it? Given the nature of this neighborhood, no, there's not. So that's when we start looking at lot coverage associated with it. As I mentioned previously, that the zoning district allows up to 35%, and once again, in this case, is 6.9. In some other cases where we have, once again, that there's not been accessory structures in the immediate vicinity, we tend to see these coverages somewhere around that 5-6% range as well. So this generally falls into other things that we've seen in the past.
And by the site plan, looks like we're not adding a driveway or anything. We're just kind of a spur off of the driveway.
Exactly, between that. And as we talked about further, and just so the audience can hear it, is the siting of this particular structure falls within the 2 drainage and utility easements associated with the plat. So it isn't basically the buildable area associated with that.
And it sounds like a fill permit was applied for and gotten. So.
That is correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Roll call.
Counselor Peterson,
Aye.
Counselor Geisler,
Aye.
Counselor Jelly,
Aye.
Counselor LeBlanc,
Aye.
Mayor Boucher.
Aye. Next is resolution 2026-47. Resolution authorizing and directing the mayor and city clerk to execute and deliver utility agreement with Michael and Kenra Perel. We have a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion by Counselor Jelly to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Counselor Geisler. Mr. Balder.
This is a situation where we had some sewage backup. We talked with the resident and we resolved, or we kind of came to an agreement that we would pay for a backflow check valve, but we wouldn't pay for any damages.
Was it a design issue? Is it an installation issue? Is it a bigger problem? Is there other houses down there that are affected by it? Like I have all sorts of questions about how this happens and.
I can't speak to the design issue.
Mechanical engineer comes out.
When was the house built? And we're just hearing about this now? I don't know, I guess.
There's been 2.
Well, you should be on utility board.
I can't speak to whether it's a design issue or not. That particular neighborhood is very low and it dates back to pre-2009 when that was built and it was really a lot of wetland issues and it's low. So I can't speak to the design issue. I feel like it feels like it was the second time this has happened to them. And it's like, okay, well, why don't we just fix it by putting a backflow?
I would make the argument that backflow preventer isn't fixing the problem, but if that resolves the problem for now,
Well, it may not fix the problem if the house is there and in a wetland that maybe it may or may not have,
Yeah. At the end of the day, I guess the city accepted the utilities in the neighborhood, right? So.
Yes.
Yeah. Can't wait to see who else's house backs up now that we plug this one.
Anything else? We have no one signed up to speak on this. Roll call, please.
Counselor Geisler,
Aye.
Counselor Jelly,
Aye.
Counselor LeBlanc,
Aye.
Counselor Peterson,
Aye.
Mayor Boucher.
Aye. Next, we have our general public discussion that we will move back to. First person on the list is Robert Coleman. Yeah, we're going to call each name and see who steps up. Not here. Sarah Lofall.
My name is Sarah Lofald and I live at 5502 Hermantown Road, and I'm going to apologize. I'm working on 24 hours awake right now. So I'm waning very quickly here. To continue kind of what I had been talking about and to reiterate more on some of the things that have come up after the public comment on the data or the development agreement. I guess I would like to address some of them. Somebody mentioned that the jobs would only necessarily have to last 5 years. You guys have been really pushing the idea that this data center is going to create jobs and they are going to be well-paid, long-term jobs. This is apparently not true. There is nothing really holding Google to keeping any of those 40 jobs or 30 jobs or 30 jobs, whatever it is, for any longer than 5 years. Like I've said, Google is a multi-trillion-dollar company. A tax abatement of this size means absolutely nothing to them. They will easily give those jobs up to AI, which is the trend across tech companies everywhere. And they will suck up that tax abatement like it's zero. So you're pushing these jobs as if they are going to last forever, that it's going to be generational, when that is obviously not true, when those jobs may only last for 5 years. So your main talking point of jobs is not necessarily true. Your second main talking point about these tax abatements, being a good thing. Again, Google's a multi-trillion-dollar company. They don't care about a tax abatement. You're giving them money. This is a drop in the bucket. Somebody here mentioned that it's like 0.0002 or something. I don't even remember what number it was. It really, I don't see how those tax abatements matter to a multi-trillion-dollar company. There still is not much in the way of talks about how this tax relief is going to affect people. You throw money out there, but you don't tell me how much is that tax relief going to affect my taxes that have gone up by almost $1,000. My house is suddenly worth $40,000 to $50,000 more than it was last year. My taxes are extremely high. So how is this actually going to benefit me per year? I want that number so that all taxpayers can understand what that number means to us. Because it sounds really big until you break it down into the how many taxpayers. And that's all I got for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Davis?
Anyways, is it worth reminding the public that we already spoke about the tax abatement?
This is time for items not on the agenda.
Yeah, but let's just be a little flexible here. We only have a couple more to go. Rick Davis? No. Owen Lyons? Richard Hilton?
No.
All right, Richard Hilton, 5502 Hermantown Road. I'm also working on very little sleep and I'm way less anxious than I was before. So bear with me a little bit here. Kind of on the same thing, the data center is bringing a whole bunch of tax money and a whole bunch of jobs. data centers are the lowest jobs per square foot, per acre of literally any industry. And it's, you know, 100 jobs for the city. I'd rather see a Walmart there. Like Walmart probably hires 3 times that number of people, and you add all those jobs together and, you know, you got people making the same lower paying jobs. But so yeah, you get, it's about tax money, it's about jobs, and then at the end of the day, you give that tax money away through abatements. And I mean, like Sarah said, you know, we need those abatements. Our property taxes are going up, everything's going up. The way the abatement works is Google builds this infrastructure, gives you the money, and then you give it right back to Google and say that Google's building it. They're not. That's us. That's tax money that should be slated to the city and to citizens. But then you pay it back to Google. And Google gets to say, I'm paying for the infrastructure. They're really not. Google is paying 100% of their taxes, and then it goes to the city, the county, the schools, and the special tax. I can't come up with the word for the special one. They're like 1% of everything. City gets its share. We keep our cash payment. We give it back to Google. We give back 70 to 80% of that back to Google. I mean, that's not them. The second half of the story is they're not paying their 100% in taxes. We're giving it back to them. So that's my tax abatement story.
Thank you. Alicia Nevada. And Roberta, you ceded your time to Sarah? Well, Sarah, you already raised your hand and she kept talking. Okay, Kathy Peterson. Okay, no show. Sarah Winter.
Yeah, she left.
I couldn't read his name last time. It was Knocker or something.
Cluckert.
Like chicken.
He left already too.
Cluckert,
His
yeah.
wife
Okay.
wasn't feeling good.
Jerry Christoph. Lisa Fitzpatrick. Don LaPointe. We have a winner.
Waiting for that seat at the restaurant.
Okay, let's see how I do with my chicken scratch here. Dawn LaPointe, 4731 Portland Road in Hermantown. First, thank you for tabling the discussion. I think it's important to get questions answered, get clarification. It was a lot of information, a lot of provisions to digest in the short amount of time that we've seen the agreements. We don't want to do this hastily. We want to do a good job, a thoughtful, thorough job. Second, I was honestly shocked at some of the discussion that happened just before the vote. And I really wanted to have another time to comment before your vote to table. But anyway, so I work with a lot of contracts. I understand you may not. In general, it's best practice to complete all the negotiations and for the agreements to reflect all of the robust terms and conditions that both parties agree on. And then when all those terms and conditions are good as written, then the parties sign. If a party signs with the knowledge and intention that revisions are needed, there's no guarantee the other party will agree to amend it to your liking. It would be irresponsible to prematurely approve and sign an agreement that you know needs further revisions and negotiations. And this hyperscale data center project is not the one to take casually or lightly. Take whatever time is needed to do this thoroughly, thoughtfully, and with full consideration of your constituents. Please don't put the cart before the horse. A desire to approve these agreements because you think we got a better deal than Pine Island is very concerning. Based on questions that were asked, it's clear that the council needs to better understand all the details in the agreements. I'm glad you're asking the questions and urge you to get to know these agreements inside and out. And also to consider the email communications you have received that detail the many, many shortcomings in the terms and conditions in these poorly negotiated agreements. I'm extremely concerned about the state that the agreements are in and the very few revisions that the council has indicated interest in revising. I think they need a lot more attention. I think you need to thoroughly review the email feedback that we've given. And again, I mentioned this earlier, and I'll say it again, we must not rely on implied good faith or voluntary goodwill to bridge the substantial gaps in these agreements. The city can only enforce what's explicitly documented.
30 seconds.
Thank you again.
Thank you, Jackie Dolans.
Yet again, riding like a mad woman. My name is Jackie Dolans, 5842 Old Highway 2 here in Hermantown. I just have to say, I am so disappointed. It's embarrassing that such basic mistakes were made in the development agreement. And that these basic mistakes weren't caught by any of you. That this made it out to a public document for the world to see. That does not instill confidence, especially because they've been in the works since September of 2025. First development draft agreement dated September 2025. It's also disturbing that you did not catch the job creation shortcomings. If you don't think Google will let go of as many people as possible, you're in for a very rude awakening. You're supposed to protect us. If you think Google is going to say, oh, shucks, when it comes to address and oversight, you're so sadly mistaken. I'm seeing cracks in the skill set needed to negotiate the largest deal that Hermantown has ever seen. I'm worried that we are massively outmatched. Were you really even thinking about approving these agreements tonight? There was an email sent to you by Don LaPointe that had some concerns about the current agreement as it stands. I urge you to read and incorporate as many as you can. Now is not the time for Minnesota nice. Invest in a fine-tooth comb and put it to use immediately. The terms of the development agreement appear incomplete, inadequate, and more advantageous for Google than for us. And lastly, I get the feeling that money is going to win the day. How can you look at me in the eye? How can you destroy and endanger my home and family? I hope you pay more attention going forward on the many, many decisions that are to come. Please invest some time. You owe that to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Emma Rickman.
Emma Rickman, 5215 Chris Drive. My voice is going as the evening goes on. Thank you for your flexibility. I realize lines are being blurred here a little bit. I do want to thank you for tabling to give the opportunity to give this some due diligence. It's late. I know we're all tired. I can assure you in the last 4 weeks, I have not gone to bed before 12:30 because every moment of my free time where I'm not a spouse or a mother is being devoted to trying to digest the multitude of documents being delivered to the public for us to digest. It's exhausting. There's a time there. This feels like a sprint and a marathon at the same time. And it is discouraging to hear you say that if there are some cleanups, that this development agreement could move forward. And I just want to know, what's it going to take for you to heed some of the things that people on the opposition are saying. These people in the green shirts show up at a ratio far less than what your constituents are. And I recognize some of them were Hermantown residents, but, and while I do appreciate supporters coming out and participating in the democratic process, you say you're here as counselors because it matters and you want to do what's right for our city. And I'm here at 11:45 at night because I want to do what's right for our city, for me and my neighbors. And it just is crummy that there's just opposite heads on this. So I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to speak from the heart and say that clearly this is going to continue, and I will find the stamina for it, and you can expect to see me up here again. But I thank you for tabling this evening.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of our business. Do we have a motion to recess?
So moved.
Seconded.
Motion by Counselor Jelly, second by Counselor LeBlanc. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.